Section 1. The Town That Time Forgot. Springfield's impossible geography. There is a town somewhere in America. It has a nuclear power plant, a gorge, a tire fire that has been burning for decades, a harbor, a monorail that was built by a con artist, a mountain range, an active volcano, an elementary school that has been falling apart since at least 1989, 2 hospitals, a prison, a quickie mart that never closes, and a lemon tree that the entire community once went to war over. It borders Ohio. It also borders Nevada. It also borders Maine. It also borders Kentucky. It is near the coast. It is also in the heartland. It is near the Canadian border. It is also near Mexico. Its climate produces blizzards, heat waves, tornadoes, and tropical storms, sometimes in the same week. It is everywhere. It is nowhere. It is the most famous fictional town in the history of American television, and after 36 years and nearly 800 episodes, nobody can tell you with any certainty where it actually is. That town is Springfield. And tonight, we are going to spend a very long time there, so get comfortable. Settle in. Pull the blanket up a little higher. Let your breathing slow. And let me tell you everything that has ever been buried, forgotten, theorized, whispered about, and quietly hidden inside 36 seasons of the longest-running animated series in the history of television. We are going to move slowly through this. We are not in a hurry. Springfield has been waiting 36 years for someone to sit down and really look at it. And tonight, we are going to do exactly that. We will start where every great mystery starts, with the question nobody seems to think is worth asking. Where is Springfield? It seems like a simple question. It seems like the kind of question that should have a simple answer. After all, the show has been on the air since December 17th, 1989. 36 seasons. Hundreds of episodes, thousands of scenes set in this town, on these streets, beside this nuclear plant with its twin cooling towers that dominate the skyline like 2 enormous chess pieces. Surely, after all of that, someone knows where it is. And the answer, when you really sit down and trace it through the show's entire history, is one of the most quietly fascinating things about the entire series. Because Springfield doesn't just exist in one place. Springfield exists in all places simultaneously, and the show has been doing this deliberately, carefully, and with extraordinary precision for its entire run. Let's trace the geographic evidence the way a detective would. Not looking for the answer, but mapping the contradictions, because the contradictions are where the truth lives. In one episode, Springfield is clearly located in a northern climate. Snow falls regularly. The winters are brutal and long. Characters reference the cold with a weary familiarity of people who have grown up in a place where winter is a serious and unavoidable season. In another episode, set just a few weeks later in the show's internal timeline, Springfield is experiencing a heat wave so intense that the pavement melts and residents wade through streets flooded by burst water mains. The climate has completely reversed. No explanation is offered. The show simply moves on. In one episode, Springfield has an ocean front. There is a lighthouse. There is a harbor with boats. Characters drive to the beach in under 20 minutes and come home the same afternoon. In a different episode, Springfield is clearly landlocked, surrounded by farmland and low hills. The kind of geography you find in the middle of the country, hundreds of miles from any coastline. The ocean has simply vanished. The harbor is never mentioned again. Springfield has been shown to be within driving distance of mountains tall enough to ski on. It has also been shown to be within driving distance of deserts. Both of these things are presented as normal, unremarkable features of the local landscape. Nobody in Springfield finds it unusual that they can drive 40 minutes and be in the mountains, or drive 40 minutes in a different direction and be in what appears to be the Mojave, the area code. Lisa's area code has been shown, beginning with 636. That is a Missouri prefix. Missouri, then, should be the answer. Except that in a different episode, the state abbreviation for wherever Springfield is located appears on screen as NT. There is no American state with the abbreviation NT. NT is a territory in Canada and in Australia. Springfield's state abbreviation does not correspond to any real American state. This is not an accident. This is the show leaving you a clue that is designed to mislead you. There is the famous episode where Homer calls the state capital. The voice on the other end, representing the governor's office, says something that implies the state name begins with a vowel. This narrows the field to Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Utah. That is still 11 states. And by the time you have finished feeling clever for narrowing it to 11, another episode will have placed Springfield in geographic proximity to something that makes most of those 11 impossible. The state lottery episode implies that Springfield State is not one of the original 13 colonies. The episode about Springfield's founding suggests the town was established in the early 18th century. The episode about the monorail places Springfield in a region where they have apparently never encountered a train before, which rules out most of the East Coast. And then Matt Groening, the show's creator, gave an interview in 2012 to Smithsonian Magazine. And in that interview, he said something that should have closed the case forever. He said he named the town after Springfield, Oregon. He said it directly. He said he chose the name because it was one of the most common city names in America, and because he grew up near Springfield, Oregon, and he thought the name had a pleasant, ordinary American ring to it. Springfield, Oregon. There it was. The answer. 33 years of mystery solved in a single sentence by the man who created the whole thing. The internet celebrated for approximately 48 hours. And then the show continued. Episodes aired after that interview that placed Springfield in geographic context completely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not change their approach. The contradictions continued to pile up. Groening had answered the question, and the show had ignored his answer and kept going. Because here's the thing that becomes clear once you stop trying to find the answer and start asking why the show is so determined to prevent you from finding it. The mystery is not a bug. The mystery is the feature. Springfield's geographic impossibility is one of the most carefully maintained pieces of the show's architecture, and it has been maintained this carefully for a specific reason. A town that exists everywhere exists nowhere. A town that cannot be pinned to a specific state cannot be subject to the regulatory authority of any specific state. A town that borders Ohio and Nevada and Maine and Kentucky simultaneously does not fall under the jurisdiction of any one state's attorney general, any one EPA regional office, any one set of environmental protection laws. Springfield floats between states the way smoke floats between buildings, visible from everywhere, impossible to catch anywhere. Think about what that means in the context of everything else we know about Springfield. There's a nuclear power plant in this town that has accumulated 342 safety violations. The estimated cost to bring it into compliance with federal standards was $56 million, and the man who owns it refused to spend the money. The plant has been dumping radioactive waste directly into bodies of water. The fish in those bodies of water have grown a third eye. The plant's cooling towers are cracked and have been patched with chewing gum. If Springfield had a fixed location, if it sat clearly and unambiguously within the boundaries of a specific state, the regulatory apparatus of that state would have been involved years ago. The federal EPA would have a consistent jurisdictional foothold. Investigators would know exactly where to show up with their badges and their water testing kits and their subpoenas. But Springfield doesn't have a fixed location. And so nobody knows exactly which set of laws applies. Nobody can establish clear jurisdictional authority. Nobody can write Springfield a ticket that will stick. because nobody can agree on which courthouse to file it in. Springfield's impossibility is not just a comedy device, though it works as one. It is a legal defense, and someone in that town has been maintaining it deliberately. The show gives us one more piece of evidence on this front, and it is extraordinary. In the 12th season, the show produced a mockumentary episode called Behind the Laughter, which presented the Simpsons family as real people whose lives had been filmed for a television series. In that episode, the family's home state is identified. Springfield is stated to be in northern Kentucky. The episode aired. The mystery was solved again. And then, in syndicated reruns, in later broadcasts, that detail was changed. The location was replaced with a different state. The answer that had been given was quietly edited out of existence. The show had given you the truth and then taken it back. And depending on which version of the episode you watch, Springfield is in a different state. The answer changed depending on the platform. The truth mutated based on where you were watching. That is not an accident. That is not a continuity error. That is the show telling you, explicitly and with complete clarity, that Springfield's location is not something it intends to let you keep. The moment the answer hardened, the show softened it again. The truth was offered and then quietly dissolved, exactly the way truth tends to dissolve in Springfield when it becomes inconvenient. Every serious Simpsons fan theory that has ever been proposed has eventually grappled with the geography question. And what is remarkable is that each of the major theories, the radiation theory, the coma theory, the collective denial theory, all of them arrive at the geography question from different directions, and all of them find the same answer. If the radiation theory is correct, if the Springfield nuclear power plant has been leaking radioactive contamination into the environment for decades, then the geographic impossibility of Springfield is not metaphorical. It is physical. The radiation doesn't just mutate bodies, it warps space. It compresses geographic features that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single impossible region. Because the laws of nature in Springfield have been under sustained assault since the day Burns opened that plant. If the fish can have 3 eyes, the hills can be 200 miles closer than they should be. If the coma theory is correct, the geography makes even more sense. Homer Simpson, lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, his brain slowly generating a dream version of his life, does not have a geographer's precise mental map of the American continent. What he has is impressions, fragments, emotional memories of places, mountains from a family vacation he half remembers, oceans from something he saw on television once, deserts from a movie that was playing in the background while he was falling asleep. His unconscious mind assembled Springfield from all of those fragments, layering them on top of each other without regard for cartographic logic. Because dreams do not operate on cartographic logic. Dreams operate on emotional logic. And the emotional logic of Homer's dream is that Springfield should feel like everywhere, like any American town you have ever loved, or lived in, or driven through on a summer afternoon with the windows down. Springfield feels like America because it is made from Homer's memory of America, which is scattered and beautiful and held together by longing rather than by geography. And if the collective denial theory is correct, if Springfield is a community that has made a social contract out of refusing to acknowledge uncomfortable truths, then the town's refusal to have a fixed location is the ultimate expression of that contract. A town with no location has no accountability. A town that exists everywhere cannot be indicted anywhere. The geographic uncertainty is the community's most powerful tool for protecting itself from the outside world, because the outside world cannot hold you responsible for what it cannot locate. Springfield will never be found on a map, not because the show's writers are careless, because the show's writers are very, very careful. And every year that passes, every contradiction that accumulates, every episode that places Springfield somewhere new and somewhere impossible, The map gets a little harder to read. The town recedes a little further into the middle distance, somewhere between Ohio and the coast, between the mountains and the sea, in the space where America keeps all the things it does not want to look at directly. That is where Springfield lives. In the space between the real and the impossible. In the gap between what the show tells you and what the evidence suggests. In the soft, quiet, comfortable blur where the hardest questions go when nobody wants to answer them. And that, in a very real sense, is exactly where we are going to spend the next several hours. So settle in a little deeper. Let your eyes get a little heavier. We are going to stay in this space for a while, moving slowly through the streets of a town that does not exist on any map, looking at the things that have been hiding in plain sight for 36 years. There is a lot to see. If you are enjoying this, go ahead and drop a comment below with your time and your location. Tell us where in the world you are listening from. And if you want more long-form breakdowns like this one, subscribe. It costs nothing, and it means we can keep going deeper. Now, let us continue. Section 2. The Yellow Plague. How the power plant poisoned everyone. There is something wrong with the people of Springfield. Not dramatically wrong. Not obviously wrong in the way that you would notice immediately if you passed one of them on the street. They look at first glance like ordinary people living ordinary lives in an ordinary American town. They go to work. They take their children to school. They shop at the quick E-Mart and eat at Krusty Burger and watch television on couches that have absorbed years of popcorn and spilled beer and the particular smell of an American family in repose. But look a little closer. Their skin is yellow. Not slightly yellow, not yellow in the way that certain lighting conditions can make a person look, but a deep, saturated, unambiguous yellow that does not correspond to any pigmentation that occurs naturally in human beings. Every single resident of Springfield shares this skin tone. It does not vary by ethnicity, by age, by neighborhood, by socioeconomic status. The elderly man who sells newspapers from a cart on Main Street is yellow. The children on the playground at Springfield Elementary are yellow. The mayor is yellow. The police chief is yellow. The teachers, the mechanics, the bartenders, the doctors, the priests, the criminals, everyone who has ever lived their whole life inside the boundaries of Springfield is some variation of that same impossible yellow. And nobody, in 36 years of episodes, has ever commented on this. Not once has a Springfield resident looked at their own hands and asked why they are the color of a legal pad. Not once has a visiting character from outside the town remarked on the fact that the entire population appears to have the same unusual skin condition. Not once has a doctor in Springfield's medical establishment raised this as a public health concern. The yellow skin of Springfield is simply accepted as the baseline of reality, the default state of human beings. Unremarkable and unworthy of discussion, that is, of course, if we accept the show's framing, which we are not going to do tonight. Because the yellow skin is not the only physical anomaly shared by the people of Springfield. It is simply the most visible one. Once you start cataloging the physical characteristics that distinguish Springfield residents from normal human anatomy, the list becomes deeply unsettling. 4 fingers. Every Springfield resident has 4 fingers on each hand. This is almost universal in animation, and it is usually explained as a practical shortcut, easier to draw 4 fingers than 5. But The Simpsons is unusually careful about this detail. When characters from outside Springfield appear in the show, many of them are drawn with 5 fingers. The distinction is not universal, but it exists. Springfield residents consistently have 4 fingers. Non-Springfield characters sometimes have 5. The show draws the line, literally, between people from inside the contamination zone and people from outside it. The eye. Springfield residents have eyes that bulge slightly from their skulls in a way that does not occur in normal human anatomy. The eyes are large and protuberant and sit in a very specific relationship to the face that, if you look at medical literature on radiation-induced physical changes, corresponds to a condition called exophthalmos, which is a protrusion of the eyeball associated with certain thyroid conditions. Thyroid conditions are, notably, one of the most well-documented consequences of radiation exposure: the overbites. The majority of Springfield residents share a pronounced overbite that would, in normal medical practice, require orthodontic correction. Homer's overbite is particularly dramatic. It gives his face a slightly prognathic quality, a forward thrust of the lower face, that in combination with his other physical features, creates a profile that is recognizably human, but distinctly unusual. The hair. Bart Simpson's hair stands up in 9 spikes that maintain their shape without any product. They have maintained this exact shape for 36 years, through weather, through swimming, through sleeping, through every physical activity the show has ever put him through. Marge Simpson's hair rises in a tower several feet above her head, maintaining its shape through what appears to be a combination of willpower and physics-defying structural integrity. Lisa's hair is a series of points that radiate from her head in a perfect star shape. None of these hairstyles occur in nature. All of them require a kind of structural stability in the hair itself that normal human hair does not possess. And then there is Homer. Homer Simpson is perhaps the most physically extraordinary character in the show, not because of any single feature, but because of the sheer accumulation of things his body can do that no human body should be capable of doing. He has been shot. He has been electrocuted. He has fallen from the tops of buildings, from cliffs, from great heights onto hard surfaces. He has been hit by cars moving at full speed. He has been crushed by heavy objects. He has been burned, frozen, drowned, mauled by animals, and subjected to physical trauma that would, in any realistic context, have killed him many dozens of times over. He recovers from these events with an ease that ranges from implausible to completely impossible. His body heals at a rate that has no biological explanation. His pain tolerance is so extreme that he frequently does not respond to stimuli that would leave a normal person in agony. His IQ, according to the show's own canon, has been tested at 55. That is a number that corresponds to a clinical level of intellectual disability. The show's creator, Matt Groening, has confirmed that this is intentional, that Homer was designed to have an IQ at this level. And Homer has worked, for his entire adult life, inside the Springfield nuclear power plant, in close proximity to an active nuclear reactor, in the role of safety inspector, which means his job is to be in the places where the radiation is concentrated and the risks are highest. He has been doing this for the entirety of the show's run, which, in the show's internal timeline, represents at least the better part of 2 decades of sustained daily exposure to whatever the plant is leaking. Now, let's talk about the plant. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town. It was built and is operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, the town's wealthiest and oldest resident. And it is, by any reasonable measure, one of the most dangerous industrial facilities in the history of fiction. A surprise safety inspection, conducted in an episode from the show's early seasons, found 342 violations. 342. The estimated cost to bring the plant into compliance with minimum safety standards was $56 million. Burns, who is a billionaire many times over, refused to spend it. He refused not because the money was a burden, but because spending it would require him to acknowledge that the problems existed. And acknowledging that the problems existed would mean that someone might start asking questions about what those problems had already done to the town that sat downwind of his cracked cooling towers. The violations are not minor. We are talking about radioactive waste being dumped directly into bodies of water, radioactive waste being stored on a children's playground, plutonium being used as a paperweight on someone's desk, cooling towers that are cracked and have been repaired with a wad of chewing gum, rats that glow in the dark running through the facility's service corridors, skeletons in the basement, actual human skeletons in the basement of a working nuclear facility, never explained, never investigated, simply part of the building's infrastructure. The safety inspector responsible for preventing all of this, the man whose job description explicitly requires him to ensure this facility does not poison an entire town, is Homer Simpson, a man with an IQ of 55. A man who, in one episode, discovers that a crayon has been lodged in his brain since childhood, physically suppressing his cognitive function. A man who routinely sleeps at his workstation, who eats donuts during meltdown warnings, who on one occasion caused a minor nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core because he wanted to see if it would grow bigger. That is the person standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe. And he has been standing there, failing at his job for more than 30 years. The first piece of direct evidence that the plant's radiation is affecting the local ecosystem appears in the second season of the show. A three-eyed fish is pulled from a river near the power plant. The fish, named Blinky by the press, becomes a national news story within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as evidence that Burns is contaminating the local water supply. Burns is forced to eat the fish on live television to prove it is harmless. The town watches, the camera moves on, and nobody follows up. Nobody conducts a study of the river. Nobody tests the drinking water. Nobody asks the question that should be thunderingly obvious to anyone in possession of a functioning critical faculty. If the fish have three eyes, what is happening to the people who drink the water the fish live in? That question hangs in the air over Springfield like smoke from the tire fire. It has been hanging there since the second season. And in 36 years, not one Springfield resident has reached up and grabbed it. The answer appears quietly and almost incidentally in the 8th season, in an episode called The Springfield Files. Homer sees what he believes is an alien in the woods near Springfield. The sighting causes a town-wide panic. FBI agents, in a reference to a popular television series of the era, are called in to investigate. The episode builds toward a dramatic reveal, and when the reveal comes, it is one of the most extraordinary moments of dark comedy the show has ever produced. The alien is not an alien. The glowing, euphoric creature that Homer encountered in the woods is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so extreme, so saturated with chemicals and radiation therapy, that it gives his entire body what the show describes as a healthy green glow. After each treatment, Burns wanders out of the facility in a dazed and euphoric state, moving through the woods in a way that apparently resembles the movements of an extraterrestrial visitor. He glows in the dark, not metaphorically, not as a figure of speech. Mr. Burns is so saturated with radiation that his body emits visible light. And the people of Springfield encounter this glowing figure in the forest. This man-shaped object radiating green light in the dark. And their first thought is not radiation. Their first thought is not the power plant that dominates their skyline. Their first thought is alien, from outer space. That is how thoroughly the residents of Springfield have been conditioned to look away from the obvious answer. The show's movie takes the contamination argument to its logical conclusion. Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a point so catastrophic that the Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal agency operating within the show's universe, determines that the only viable response is to physically contain the town. A massive glass dome is constructed over Springfield. The entire community is sealed inside. The United States government has looked at this town and concluded that it is so toxic, so fundamentally dangerous, that the only solution is to quarantine it from the rest of the country. Think about what that means. The federal government of the show's universe classified Springfield as an environmental hazard so severe that physical containment with my mind was the appropriate response. The town is not just polluted. The town is, by the judgment of the relevant federal authority, a contamination zone, a place that cannot be allowed to interact freely with the rest of the country without posing a risk to that country's health. And the people who have been living in that contamination zone, drinking that water, breathing that air, living under the shadow of those cracked cooling towers for their entire lives, they are inside the dome when it goes up. All of them. Every yellow face, every four-fingered hand, every bulging eye, every person whose body has been quietly absorbing whatever the plant has been leaking for decades. Now, think about the physical differences between Springfield residents and visitors. When celebrities appear on the show, they are frequently drawn with more realistic proportions than the Springfield residents who surround them. Their eyes sit at more normal angles in their skulls. Their proportions more closely approximate actual human anatomy. Their features have a quality of normalcy that the Springfield residents, by contrast, do not share. The standard explanation for this is that it is simply the art style, that the simplified, exaggerated design of the Simpsons characters is a stylistic choice that applies to everyone. But the show does not apply it to everyone equally. There is a visible, observable distinction between how the show draws people who live in Springfield and how it draws people who come from outside it. The people from inside the contamination zone look different from the people outside it. They have characteristics, the yellow skin, the bulging eyes, the unusual proportions, that the visitors do not share. And within the logic of the show's universe, there is no explanation for this distinction except the obvious one. Springfield residents look the way they look because of where they live. The animals confirm it. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners, the same proportions that deviate from real canine anatomy. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes. The wildlife of Springfield is demonstrably affected by the power plant's runoff. The show tells you this directly. It shows you a 3-eyed fish and draws an explicit connection between that fish and the nuclear plant upstream. It then asks you to believe that the same radiation has had no effect whatsoever on the humans drinking the same water. Burns knows this. The show makes this explicit across multiple episodes. Burns undergoes weekly medical treatments. He funds private research into radiation management. He has personal physicians and a pharmaceutical division capable of synthesizing experimental treatments. He understands radiation biology at a level that nobody else in Springfield approaches, because Burns is personally dependent on managing the effects of radiation in his own body. He is not just aware of what radiation does to biological systems. He is an expert on it because his own continued survival depends on that expertise. And Homer's continued employment is not a mistake. This is perhaps the most chilling implication of the radiation theory. When German investors briefly purchased the plant in one episode, the first thing they did was assess the facility's safety record. The estimate for bringing it into compliance nearly bankrupted them. They sold the plant back to Burns. And Burns, the moment he reacquired the plant, immediately rehired Homer. A competent safety inspector would shut that plant down within a week. Homer is not a competent safety inspector. Homer is the specific kind of incompetent that ensures the violations continue. The radiation keeps leaking, the water stays poisoned. Homer is not employed despite his failures. Homer is employed because of his failures. His incompetence is a feature, not a bug, of Burns's operation. The crayon reveals this mechanism most clearly. In the 12th season, it is revealed that Homer once had the crayon removed from his brain. Without it, his IQ skyrocketed to genius level. He became intelligent, articulate, capable of understanding the world around him with a clarity he had never previously possessed. And one of the first things he did with that clarity was notice what his workplace actually was. He saw the plant for what it really was. He saw his employer for what he really was. And it was unbearable. So he had the crayon put back in. He chose to return to cognitive impairment. He chose the fog. But the question that the show never asks is this: how did a crayon get lodged in a child's brain without anyone noticing? How did Homer go through his entire childhood, his entire adolescence, his entire adult life, visiting doctors in Springfield, and not have a single one of them find a foreign object in his skull? Either every doctor in Springfield is incompetent beyond comprehension, or someone knew it was there and chose not to remove it. And if the medical establishment of Springfield is compromised, if the doctors are looking the other way while their patients absorb radiation, if Burns's influence extends into the healthcare infrastructure of the town he essentially owns, then Homer's crayon is not just a physical object, it is a policy. The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about The Simpsons. It explains all of them. The characters do not age because their mutated biology has been altered at the cellular level. The town resets after catastrophic events because the population's memory function is compromised by chronic neurological damage from decades of exposure. Homer survives injuries that should kill him because his body has adapted to radiation in ways that make him nearly indestructible, even as his mind was diminished. And nobody in Springfield questions any of this, because the same contamination that mutated their bodies also damaged the part of their brains responsible for asking why. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. Springfield is a contamination zone. The residents are not eccentric. They're symptomatic. And the nuclear power plant that dominates their skyline, that provides their electricity and employs their neighbors and poisons their water and irradiates their children, is not a background joke. It is the cause. It has always been the cause. Every yellow face, every bulging eye, every impossible recovery from fatal injury, every forgotten catastrophe, every reset. It all leads back to the same cracked cooling towers, leaking the same invisible poison into the same water supply, feeding the same damaged brains that cannot figure out why their fish have 3 eyes and their children have 4 fingers. The plant is not part of the show. The plant is the show. And the people of Springfield will never understand that because the plant already made sure they could not. Section 3. Homer's Sleeping Mind. The coma theory explored in full. Now, I want you to hold everything we just discussed in one hand, because in this section, we are going to place something equally large in the other hand. And what I want you to feel as we go through this is the weight of both things pressing together, because they are not mutually exclusive. They are, in a very specific and unsettling way, the same story told from 2 different angles. What if the radiation theory is correct, but only inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious since 1993? Let that settle for a moment. We are not replacing one theory with another. We are nesting them. The radiation theory may be the most accurate description of Springfield's physical reality, and it may also be entirely the product of a dreaming mind. Both of these things can be true simultaneously, and the reason they can both be true is that the dreaming mind in question belongs to Homer Simpson. And Homer Simpson's unconscious is one of the most complex, most detailed, and most emotionally rich environments ever mapped inside a television show. Here is what happened. On April 1st, 1993, the 18th episode of the show's 4th season aired. Its title was So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was simple. Bart played a series of escalating April Fool's pranks on Homer, culminating in a prank involving one of Homer's beer cans and an industrial paint shaker. When Homer opened the can, the explosion was violent enough to hospitalize him. While Homer lay in his hospital bed recovering, he attempted to obtain a candy bar from a vending machine across the room. The machine tipped over. It fell on Homer. And Homer flatlined. Homer Simpson entered a coma. A real one. Not a dream sequence, not a joke, not a cutaway. Clinically dead, then clinically unconscious in a hospital bed in Springfield General. He remained in this coma for 7 weeks. The episode ends with Homer apparently waking up. Bart, weeping at his bedside, confesses that the whole disaster was his fault. Homer springs awake and immediately begins strangling his son. The family laughs. Everything returns to normal. The show tells you he woke up. But the show also tells you, in the final moments of that same episode, that Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5%. Gone. Permanently and irreversibly destroyed. And Homer's response to being told that he has sustained permanent neurological damage, that a meaningful piece of his brain is simply no longer functioning, is to laugh. He says he does not understand why he is laughing, but he cannot stop. And his family finds this charming, not alarming. The episode ends on that note, and the show continues. This is the Homer coma theory. It is the most discussed, most analyzed, most internally consistent fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. It was originally articulated by a Reddit user, and it has been refined and expanded over the years into something that accounts for nearly every anomalous element of the show's later seasons with remarkable elegance. The basic premise is this. Homer did not wake up from his coma in April 1993. Every single episode that has aired since that date is a dream. Every storyline, every character development, every guest appearance, every impossible event, all of it is being generated by the unconscious mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, slowly losing brain function, while his family waits beside him. The evidence for this is, once you see it, genuinely difficult to unsee. Start with the shift in tone. Before the coma, The Simpsons was a specific kind of show. Not realistic, because it was always a cartoon, but grounded. The storylines dealt with recognizable human problems. Homer struggles to quit drinking. Marge wrestles with the weight of being the family's emotional anchor. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and has her heart broken when he leaves. Bart faces the very real possibility of being held back a year in school. These are stories about financial stress and marital tension and academic failure and the specific exhaustion of trying to hold a family together when the forces pulling it apart are relentless and ordinary. After the coma, the show becomes something entirely different. Homer goes to space. Homer joins a secret society. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer discovers his mother is a fugitive radical who has been hiding from the FBI for 30 years. Homer meets God on 2 separate occasions and has meaningful conversations with him. Homer holds a different job at nearly every episode. He has been, over the course of the show's run, a grease salesman, a food critic, an astronaut, a mayor's assistant, a bodyguard for a pop star, a professional golfer, a hotel manager, a monorail conductor, a country music songwriter, and approximately 300 other professions, none of which he holds for more than 1 episode. The escalation is dramatic. It is not gradual. It does not represent a slow drift away from the show's original tone. It represents a decisive tonal break, and that break corresponds with extraordinary precision to the date of the coma episode. The internet has been debating when The Simpsons went wrong for 20 years. Critics and fans have proposed dozens of different episodes, different seasons, different production changes as the moment the show lost its grounding. The coma theory argues that the answer is precise and simple. The show did not go wrong. Homer's brain got worse. Now, here is the detail that makes this theory genuinely haunting. 6 months before the coma episode, in the premiere of the fourth season, an episode called Homer the Heretic, Homer has a conversation with God, an actual face-to-face conversation with the divine, depicted in the show with the casual matter-of-factness with which The Simpsons handles all of its theological content. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something. He tells him that Homer will eventually understand the meaning of life. But not yet. God says Homer's time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline is exact. God told Homer that his time was nearly up, and 6 months later, Homer's conscious life ended. What the show presents is a quirky theological gag, a funny moment in an episode about Homer's complicated relationship with organized religion, reads under the coma theory as a prophecy. God was telling Homer that his waking life was about to end, that everything that followed would be the dream of a dying man, desperately trying to hold on to the people he loved. The aging problem is where the coma theory demonstrates its greatest elegance. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge have not gained a wrinkle or a gray hair. The show employs what is called a floating timeline, in which the present is always the viewer's present, and the characters remain at their original ages regardless of how much real time has passed. Every theory attempts to explain this. The radiation theory proposes mutated biology that interferes with the aging process. The show's defenders offer cartoon logic, noting that this is simply how animated series work. But the coma theory offers the simplest explanation, and the most emotionally devastating one. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. Of course, Homer's children do not grow older. He was not there to watch them grow. His unconscious brain cannot imagine them at ages he never saw them reach. The last time he looked at Bart, Bart was 10. The last time he looked at Lisa, she was 8. The last time he held Maggie, she was a baby, and in his dream, she stays a baby forever because that is the only Maggie his mind knows how to make. Marge does not age because the last image Homer's brain has of her is the Marge who sat beside his hospital bed in 1993. His friends stay the same because his memory of them is frozen at the moment the vending machine fell. His house looks the same because that is the house his memory holds. His entire world is preserved at the exact moment he lost consciousness, because that is what consciousness does when it is interrupted. It freezes the last frame it possessed and holds it indefinitely. The celebrity appearances in later seasons take on a different character under this theory as well. Homer, lying unconscious in his hospital bed, is surrounded by ambient stimuli. The television in the corner plays. Nurses speak. Visitors come and go. The radio plays in the waiting room down the hall. Homer's brain, still running at some reduced functional level, absorbs these sounds, these fragments of the outside world filtered through the fog of unconsciousness, and incorporates them into the dream. That is why later seasons are flooded with guest appearances from celebrities. That is why the show seems to become more culturally saturated with famous faces as it progresses. It is not that Springfield became a magnet for celebrities. It is that Homer's brain is absorbing voices, names, cultural references from the sounds leaking into his hospital room, and translating them into dream characters. Every celebrity who appears in Springfield is a voice Homer heard through the fog of unconsciousness, processed by a brain that is trying desperately to keep the dream running. The show addressed this theory directly, in its characteristically oblique fashion. In the 34th season, an episode included a deliberately leaked, fake-deleted scene, in which Homer wakes up from a long coma to reveal that every outlandish episode had been a dream. The writers created the scene, they animated it fully, they showed it to the audience. And then they said it was a hoax, a fake clip planted by outside actors. The scene was not real. It had not been in the episode. Ignore it. But the fact that they made it at all is what matters. The writers know about the theory. They have engaged with it carefully enough to produce a full animated sequence depicting its conclusion. They have acknowledged implicitly that the theory holds together well enough to be worth addressing. And their denial came wrapped inside an episode that showed you, Homer, waking up from a coma. They showed you the answer and told you it was a lie, and the audience laughed, just like Homer laughed when he was told he had lost 5% of his brain. The executive producer of the show addressed the theory directly in 2015. He said it was not true. He said it was fan speculation. But he did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift after the 4th season. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show has become progressively more surreal and untethered from recognizable human experience with each passing season, which is exactly what you would expect from a dream being generated by a brain that is slowly deteriorating. He said it was not true and the conversation moved on. But the theory did not move on. Because the theory does something that no official explanation has ever managed to do. It makes the show make sense. All of it. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the increasingly baroque plots, the reset button that erases consequences between episodes. The fact that Homer can survive anything, endure anything, walk away from everything because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield, and his mind cannot kill him because his mind is the one telling the story. There is something else, though. Something that the coma theory reveals about the emotional core of the show that makes it simultaneously the darkest and the most beautiful reading of 36 seasons of television. If the coma theory is true, then Homer's deepest wish is not complicated. It is not sophisticated. It does not require analysis. It is the simplest thing in the world. He wants his family. That is it. He wants Marge to love him. He wants Bart to be his mischievous little boy. He wants Lisa to play her saxophone in her room. He wants Maggie to be small enough to hold in both his hands. He wants the couch and the television on and the smell of food cooking in the kitchen and the sound of his family moving through the rooms at the house on Evergreen Terrace. He wants Friday night at the Simpsons house to last forever. And in the coma, it does. The dream gives him everything he wants. His family preserved in amber, his children never growing up, his wife never leaving. His house always exactly as it was the last time he stood in it. The life he built, the only life he ever really wanted, frozen at its most complete moment, when all 4 of them were still there and still young and still his. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is the only heaven a man like Homer Simpson would ever think to ask for. A house on Evergreen Terrace where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold and the television never turns off and nobody ever has to say goodbye. And every time the show resets, every time Homer survives something impossible, every time the credits roll and everything goes back to normal, it is not lazy writing, it is Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, if the dream stops, if the simulation finally runs out of power, then Homer has to find out what is real. He has to find out how much time has actually passed, how old his children really are, whether Marge waited, whether anyone is still sitting beside his bed, or he does not wake up at all. That is what the coma theory leaves you with. Not a solved mystery, but an open wound. A man in a hospital bed, somewhere in Springfield, dreaming the same dream over and over, keeping his family young and close and safe in the only way he has left, which is to never stop imagining them. The show will never confirm this, but it will never disprove it either. because the evidence is not in any single episode. It is in the architecture of the show itself, in the way time moves, and the way it does not move, in the way reality escalates in exactly the direction you would expect a deteriorating brain to escalate it, in the way the emotional core of every episode, no matter how strange the plot becomes, no matter how far from the original domestic grounding the show drifts, is always the same. Homer Simpson, finding his way back to his family by the end of the episode. Because in his dream, he never left. He is still there. He will always be there. Behind his eyes, in a hospital room in Springfield that may or may not exist on any map, in a town that does not exist in any state, dreaming the dream of a man who only ever wanted the same simple thing: to go home. And he does. Every single episode, he goes home. Section 4, The Burns Files, a century of manufactured immortality. Let us talk about a man who should not be alive. Should not be alive in the dramatic sense, not in the sense of someone who has survived great dangers or overcome significant odds. Should not be alive in the literal, biological, actuarial sense. Should not be alive the way a car that stopped running in 1962 should not be running in 2025. Should not be alive in the way that certain things, once they reach a certain age, simply stop. Charles Montgomery Burns should have died approximately 90 years ago. The show is inconsistent about his exact age. The floating timeline that prevents everyone in Springfield from aging applies to Burns as well, though it applies to him in a different way. While Homer and Marge remain perpetually middle-aged, and their children remain perpetually the ages they were in 1989, Burns exists in a separate category. His age has been stated directly in various episodes, and every version of that statement places his birth somewhere in the late 19th century. He has referenced personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has described working relationships with historical figures who died before most of the show's audience was born. He attended Yale. He served in World War II, in a capacity that the show describes as morally questionable at best. He knew Howard Hughes. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as history, but as personal experience, as something he lived through rather than something he read about. By the most conservative possible reading of the show's established timeline, Burns is well over 100 years old. By a more generous reading, he may be approaching 140. And he does not merely exist at this age, he functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal politics with a strategic sophistication that none of Springfield's other power players can match. He orchestrates complex schemes that require sustained cognitive effort, long-term planning, and a working understanding of modern technology, modern finance, and modern law. His body is frail. That much is undeniable. Burns is physically tiny, bent, moving through the world with a slowness that suggests every step requires deliberate effort. His physical strength is so minimal that he is, in one episode, bested in a physical confrontation by a sandwich. But his mind is sharp. Burns is arguably the most intelligent character in Springfield, operating with a ruthlessness and a long-view strategic vision that no one else in town approaches. And he has been operating at that level for longer than any human being in the real world has ever sustained conscious function. How? The show answers this question directly in the Springfield Files episode, the same one in which Homer encounters Burns glowing in the woods and mistakes him for an alien. The answer is a weekly medical treatment so extreme and so loaded with chemicals and radiation therapy that it gives Burns's entire body a visible green glow. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 7 more days. Then he needs another dose. Without it, he dies. The margin for error is 0. His life is maintained the way you maintain a machine. through scheduled servicing, through the regular replacement of components that have worn beyond the point where they can function on their own. Burns is not surviving through biological processes in any conventional sense. He is being kept alive artificially through a recursive medical intervention that must be administered on a precise schedule without interruption indefinitely. And the treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who owns the nuclear power plant that has been leaking radioactive contamination into Springfield's water supply for decades is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functions. Burns is not merely profiting from radiation, he is powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by more than a century of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer maintain itself through normal cellular processes. It requires external radiation input the way a normal human body requires food and water. Deprive it of that input for a week and the system shuts down. This is why Burns founded a power plant rather than some other industry. Not purely for the profit, though the profit is certainly real, but because the power plant gives him direct, permanent, institutionalized access to the thing he needs to stay alive. He built his life support system in the middle of a town and called it an employer. The immune system question. This is where Burns's biology becomes genuinely extraordinary. In one of the most quoted scenes in the entire series, Burns visits a doctor who informs him that he has every disease known to medical science. Not one disease, not several diseases, every disease simultaneously. His body is host to a complete catalog of human illness. Every pathogen, every malignancy, every autoimmune condition, and systemic failure that medicine has ever documented, all present in Burns's body at once. The doctor explains why Burns has not died from this. The diseases are present in such perfect equilibrium that they cancel each other out. Each illness that would kill him is blocked by every other illness that would also kill him, creating a biological gridlock in which no single condition can gain dominance. The doctor calls it Three Stooges syndrome, evoking the image of three people all trying to fit through a doorway at once, none of them able to get through because they are all blocking each other simultaneously. Burns is the sickest man in America and the most medically indestructible for the same reason. This is played for comedy. It is one of the show's most beloved gags. But if you accept the radiation theory, the biological explanation for this phenomenon is not random. Burns's body is not maintaining this equilibrium through any natural process. The weekly treatments are doing it. The radiation therapy does not cure his diseases. It manages them. It keeps every illness in perfect stasis, balanced against every other illness, preventing any single condition from gaining the momentum it would need to break through and kill him. It is not medicine in any conventional sense. It is nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is a reactor, and his weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent a meltdown. Smithers is the control rod operator. Waylon Smithers Jr. is, on the surface, the most devoted personal assistant in television history. He manages Burns's schedule, handles his correspondence, anticipates his needs, and provides a level of personal loyalty that the show has mined for comedy for 3 decades. But under the framework of Burns's immortality, Smithers' devotion takes on a different character. It is not purely emotional, it is functional. Smithers is the only person who fully understands how Burns's medical protocol works. He ensures Burns makes every weekly appointment. He monitors Burns's physical condition with a vigilance that borders on obsession. He knows the treatment schedule the way a pharmacist knows a patient's medication regimen. The show has established, across multiple episodes, that without Smithers, Burns would be helpless. The word helpless is important here, not uncomfortable, not inconvenienced. Helpless. Physically helpless. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, Burns would miss a dose. The disease equilibrium would collapse. Everything that has been held in suspension would surge forward simultaneously, and Burns would die. Smithers knows this. Burns knows this. Their relationship, which the show presents as a long-running comic dynamic about unrequited devotion, has a second layer that is far less funny. Smithers is kept in his position not just by loyalty, not just by love, but by the knowledge that his absence is a death sentence. He is not a devoted assistant. He is a medical necessity, and that necessity is the foundation on which everything else in their relationship rests. Burns's connection to historical events adds another dimension to the immortality question. The show depicts Burns as having participated in or personally witnessed an extraordinary range of historical moments. He has described personal involvement in events spanning from the early 20th century through the present. He attended Yale. He served in World War II in a role that involved, according to one episode, a $1 trillion bill that he stole from the United States government and kept hidden for decades. He has referenced the Gilded Age as lived experience. His family's wealth, the show establishes, predates the Industrial Revolution. The Burns dynasty is not a new money family. It is an old money family, so old that the accumulation of its fortune predates most of the institutions that exist to regulate it. And this raises a question the show never answers directly but keeps returning to obliquely. Is Burns unique? Or is his immortality a family tradition? If the Burns dynasty has been in continuous control of its fortune for centuries, and if the current Burns has been alive for over 100 years through artificial means, then it is not unreasonable to ask whether previous Burns patriarchs employed similar strategies. Before nuclear radiation, before modern medicine, before any of the technology that currently keeps the current Burns alive, did the Burns family use other methods to extend their hold on power? Did they find other ways to compress the space between generations to ensure that the same mind, the same strategic vision, the same ruthless intelligence persisted across what would normally be the span of multiple lifetimes? The show does not say. But it does establish that the Burns family has been in continuous, uninterrupted control of their fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of continuity does not happen through normal generational succession. It requires either extraordinary luck or extraordinary measures. And luck is not the kind of thing you can rely on for centuries. Burns has come extraordinarily close to dying on multiple occasions. He was shot by what the official record calls a baby. He has been hospitalized dozens of times. He has been abandoned in the wilderness where he survived conditions that would have killed anyone without his particular brand of biological stubbornness. He has collapsed, fallen, been attacked, been poisoned, been betrayed. And every single time he comes back, not through the cartoon resilience that allows Homer to survive falling off a cliff. Burns comes back through infrastructure, through money, through the elaborate medical machinery that he has spent a century constructing for exactly this purpose. Homer's survival is passive. Homer survives because the show requires him to. Burns' survival is engineered. Every dollar Burns has ever spent, every institution he has ever influenced, every politician he has ever owned, every doctor he has ever retained, all of it serves one purpose. Keep Burns alive, keep the treatments coming, keep the reactor running, keep the system running. Because if Burns dies, his empire dies with him. And empires like Burns himself do not allow themselves to die if they can help it. The truly frightening implication of Burns' immortality is not that he might live forever. It is that Springfield needs him to. The town's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on the treatments. The treatments depend on the infrastructure that Burns' wealth provides. Remove Burns from this loop, and everything collapses. The power goes out, the jobs disappear, the money stops flowing through the local economy. The town dies. Springfield cannot kill Burns because Springfield cannot survive without him. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the system he built would finally have to answer for what it has done to the people who live inside it. The contaminated water, the three-eyed fish, the cracked cooling towers, the 342 safety violations, the skeletons in the basement. All of it would come to light, and Burns would not be there to manage the investigation. So he stays. Sustained by radiation, maintained by Smithers, protected by wealth, insulated by the same institutional infrastructure that has kept the Burns family in power since before anyone alive in Springfield can remember. The oldest man in the room, in every room he has ever entered. The oldest man in America, possibly. Kept alive by the same nuclear technology that is slowly poisoning everyone else. He is not immortal. He is too expensive to die. And Springfield will keep paying that bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 5. Who really shot Mr. Burns? Reopening Springfield's coldest case. Close your eyes for a moment. Not all the way, just enough to let the edges of the room soften, and let me take you back to the summer of 1995. It was a specific moment in American television history. The Simpsons was at the height of its cultural power, regularly watched by over 30 million people, a fixture in the national conversation in a way that very few television programs have ever managed to be. And on the final episode of the show's 6th season, the writers did something that had never been attempted by an animated series before. They created a genuine whodunit cliffhanger. The mystery was designed with care. Fox promoted it like a cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special treating the fictional crime like a real unsolved case. The show's creators invited viewers to submit their guesses for who shot Mr. Burns, with the winner to be animated into a future episode. It was, for a period of roughly 3 months in the summer of 1995, the most discussed television mystery in America. Let us go back to the beginning of that mystery and follow the evidence carefully, because the official answer, the answer the show eventually gave, and has stood behind ever since, does not hold up the way the show wants you to think it does. And the more carefully you examine the evidence, the more you begin to suspect that the official answer was not the right one, but the convenient one. Here is what happened in the 2-part episode. Mr. Burns had, over the course of the season's final episode, committed a series of escalating crimes against the people of Springfield. He had stolen an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary, eliminating the school's funding. He had bankrupted Moe's Tavern. He had created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield Retirement Castle. He had injured the Simpson family dog. And as his capstone act, he had constructed a massive mechanical device and used it to block out the sun over the entire town. He stole the sun from Springfield so that every resident would be forced to buy their electricity from his power plant. Because without sunlight, Burns's plant was the only source of energy in town. When Smithers, Burns's most loyal employee, objected to this plan on ethical grounds, Burns fired him on the spot. By the end of the episode, every single person in Springfield had a clear and documented motive to want Burns dead. The show was explicit about this. It did not leave it to implication. It walked through the motives one by one. Homer, because Burns had been unable to remember his name despite Homer working for him for years, a slight that had driven Homer to a visible breaking point. Bart and Lisa, because Burns had gutted their school. Grandpa Simpson, because Burns had destroyed the retirement home where he lived. Groundskeeper Willie, because he had lost his job. Tito Puente, who had his music program cut. Moe, whose bar had been closed. Even Smithers himself, freshly fired and, the show suggested, spiraling. Then Burns was shot. He staggered onto the town's sundial and collapsed, his hands coming to rest on two letters, W and S, or from Burns's perspective, M and S. America waited through the entire summer, and when the answer came, the show told us it was Maggie. Baby Maggie Simpson. According to Burns's account, he had encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He had attempted to take her lollipop. In the resulting struggle, his gun had fallen from its holster. Maggie had picked it up. The gun had discharged. Burns had been shot by a 1-year-old child who had found his weapon by chance. That is the official answer. The show committed to it. The DVD commentaries defend it. The writers have stood behind it publicly. Now let us look at the evidence they used to support it, because the evidence does not point where the show says it does. Begin with the national contest. Fox invited viewers across America to submit their guesses. The prize was significant. Thousands of entries came in. According to the DVD commentary for those episodes, not a single person from the randomly selected sample of entries guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. The prize winner was chosen randomly from the pool and received a cash payment because they did not have the right answer. Not one person from the thousands who participated correctly identified the shooter. The show's writers acknowledged in that same commentary that they were aware of exactly one person who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons news group online on the night of the original broadcast. That person was using a college internet account. By the time the contest ended and the producers tried to find them, the account was gone. They could not locate the one person who had gotten it right. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for that person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about what that means. The show designed a mystery, told the public it was solvable from the clues in the first part, ran a national contest around it, and when the answer came, essentially nobody had figured it out. Either the clues were insufficient, the red herrings were too effective, or the answer did not logically follow from the evidence in the way the show claimed. Now, the clues themselves. Burns fell on the sundial. His hands pointed to W and S, or from his perspective, M and S. The show tells us this means Maggie Simpson. M for Maggie, S for Simpson. Except that Burns himself stated, canonically and on the record, that his hands pointing at those letters was not intentional. He did not deliberately position himself to indicate his attacker's initials. He just fell. The sundial clue, the central piece of evidence the show uses to support its answer, was explicitly described by the victim as a coincidence. The biggest clue in the mystery is meaningless according to the person it supposedly came from. Then there is the gun. Burns carried a gun in a holster. Shortly before the shooting, in a detail the show includes and then does not follow up on, the holster is shown to be empty. The gun was already missing from Burns's person before the attack. Whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon. This means the shooter was someone who did not bring a weapon to the town meeting. Many of the suspects who were at the meeting had brought weapons. They came armed because they were angry enough to consider violence. The person who shot Burns was someone who was not armed, who did not plan to shoot anyone, who encountered Burns's gun by chance and used it impulsively. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile. So do approximately a dozen other characters who were not carrying weapons that night. Burns's last words before being shot were, as he identified his attacker, "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He was not surprised. He was not afraid. He said, "Oh, it's you," in the tone of someone greeting a familiar acquaintance. Someone he knew, someone he had met before, someone he did not consider a threat, right up until the moment he became one. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he ever, in any episode, demonstrated any awareness of Maggie's existence as an individual? The show does not establish a relationship between them prior to this event. Burns barely recognizes Homer, who has worked for him for years. The idea that Burns would look at a baby in a parking lot and say, "Oh, it's you," as though acknowledging someone he knows, does not align with everything the show has established about how Burns relates to other people. And then there is Homer's confession. In the 18th season, Homer states directly that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it on camera. He says it in conversation. And nobody reacts. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the wealthiest man in Springfield, and the show treats it as a throwaway line, not worth following up on, not worth examining. Either Homer is lying for attention, which is entirely possible given his character, or he is telling the truth. And if he is telling the truth, Maggie was blamed for something Homer did. A baby was framed for her father's crime. The evidence that supposedly proved Maggie's guilt, the DNA matching a Simpson, the sundial pointing to MMS, Burns's testimony from a man who had just woken up from a coma with a bullet wound, was either manufactured, misinterpreted, or both. The Marge theory deserves careful consideration because the case for it is surprisingly strong. Marge is a devoted mother. She watched Burns systematically destroy her children's school, injure her family's dog, and steal the sun from her town. She had strong motive. She is a character the show has established as capable of extraordinary determination when her family is threatened. Earlier in the series, Burns fell in love with Marge during an episode where she worked at the plant. He was genuinely infatuated with her, and this, the Marge theory argues, is why Burns did not name her as the shooter. He protected her. He woke up, identified who had shot him, and chose not to say her name. He pointed at the sundial and let the town draw its own conclusions. Because even after everything, he could not bring himself to send Marge to prison. And Maggie became the answer because Maggie was the perfect answer. Chief Wiggum says it himself. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was the ideal person to blame because she could not be prosecuted, could not be punished, could not even properly understand what she was being accused of. If someone in Springfield's power structure wanted to protect the real shooter, blaming a 1-year-old was the cleanest solution available. The alternate endings add another layer to the doubt. A complete alternate conclusion was animated in which Smithers was revealed as the shooter. Fully voiced, fully produced, a complete version of the episode with a different answer. This ending was shown in a clip show episode where it was dismissed with a joke about having to ignore the DNA evidence. And then the host noted that ignoring DNA evidence happens in American courtrooms. The show was winking. It was telling you that the evidence can be read to support whatever answer the people in power want it to support. There was also an early draft with Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered it seriously. They worked through the logic of it. The answer was not predetermined by the clues. The clues were adjusted to fit whatever answer the writers eventually chose. The mystery was reverse engineered. And there's the final shot of the episode. Everyone has left the room. Maggie is alone. She looks around carefully, confirming that nobody is watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show presents this as confirmation. Maggie did it, and she knows what she did. But you could read the same image differently. A baby imitating something she saw. A baby repeating a motion she witnessed. A baby who watched someone shoot Mr. Burns and is now mimicking what she saw, the way babies do, because babies learn by watching the adults around them. Maggie is not confessing, she is remembering. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The show committed to it and has never walked it back. But the contest that nobody won, the clues that Burns himself called meaningless, the alternate endings that were fully animated, Homer's unexamined confession, and the final shot of Maggie alone in the room, mimicking something she may have seen rather than done. None of that adds up to a closed case. It adds up to a case that was decided rather than solved. And in Springfield, those are two very different things. Section 6. Maggie's secret. The quietest genius in television history. She has not said a word since 1989. Not in any meaningful, sustained sense. Not in a way that would let you have a conversation with her. Not in a way that would tell you what she is thinking. She communicates in pacifier sounds and the occasional pointed stare. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She can barely walk without falling over. She has never attended school. She has never read a book. She has never had a friend her own age who could keep up with her. And she is, by the weight of evidence accumulated across 3.5 decades of episodes, the most capable person on Evergreen Terrace. Let us build this case slowly, because it deserves to be built carefully. The evidence for Maggie Simpson's extraordinary intelligence is not found in dramatic moments. It is found in the accumulation of small details, in the pattern of behaviors that the show depicts and then moves past without drawing attention to, in the things Maggie does when nobody is watching, and the things she knows that nobody has told her. We have already discussed the shooting. We have already examined the forensics of who shot Burns and why the official explanation has troubling gaps. But for the purposes of understanding Maggie's character, let us set aside the question of whether she pulled the trigger and focus instead on what happened after. A baby was identified as the person who shot the wealthiest man in Springfield. The police investigated. The evidence was examined by the Springfield Police Department, which is admittedly not the most formidable investigative body in fiction, but which did at least go through the motions. And the conclusion was that yes, this infant committed an act of violence against a grown man, and there's nothing to be done about it because infants cannot be prosecuted. And then the show shows you Maggie in the empty room. Everyone else has left. She looks around. She checks. She confirms that she is alone. And then she performs the trigger motion, deliberately, quietly, with the care of someone who understands that performing this gesture in front of witnesses would be inadvisable. That sequence of behaviors, the checking, the waiting, the deliberate performance in private, requires a specific set of cognitive capacities. Situational awareness, memory, the ability to predict others' behavior and adjust your own accordingly, the ability to distinguish between what is safe to do in public and what is safer to do alone. These are not capacities that infants possess. These are capacities that develop over years of social learning. Maggie is either demonstrating all of them at 1 year old, or someone designed this shot to make you think she is, which is its own kind of unsettling. The Longest Daycare is the most comprehensive single piece of evidence for Maggie's intelligence. It is a theatrical short film, 7 minutes long, released in 2012, and it was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film. In it, Maggie is dropped off at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare facility run with authoritarian efficiency. Inside, she discovers a caterpillar on the verge of becoming a butterfly. She wants to protect it. Another baby, a bully named Gerald, wants to destroy it. What follows is Maggie executing a sustained, multi-step plan to protect the caterpillar and release it safely. She does this without speaking. She does it through observation, preparation, improvisation, and the adaptive problem-solving of someone who is reading an environment in real time and adjusting her strategy to meet new challenges as they emerge. She identifies threats, She develops counter strategies on the fly. She executes plans that require timing and spatial awareness and the ability to model other people's behavior, to predict what Gerald will do and position herself accordingly. She does all of this while being physically limited to the motor capabilities of a 1-year-old. Her body falls behind her mind constantly. She stumbles. She crawls when she needs to run. Her hands are not yet reliable instruments, but her judgment in every moment is perfect. Every decision she makes is correct. Every move is optimized. Her intelligence compensates for every physical limitation her body imposes on her. She succeeds. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly in various episodes. The results are inconsistent, which is itself a kind of consistency, because the inconsistency suggests that the testing methods are failing to measure something, rather than that the thing being measured is actually variable. In certain episodes, her intelligence is described as off the charts, beyond what the available instruments can quantify. The show plays this for comedy and moves on. But the pattern across episode after episode and decade after decade is unmistakable. Maggie consistently demonstrates cognitive capabilities that no 1-year-old should possess. Now here's the theory that ties all of this together. Maggie's silence is not developmental delay. It is strategy. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in the Simpson family. Lisa is brilliant. Lisa is a genuine genius, a child with an IQ that dwarfs everyone in her household and most of the adults in Springfield. She reads voraciously. She plays the saxophone with real skill. She understands systems and patterns and the long-term consequences of short-term decisions in a way that nobody around her approaches. She is, by any objective measure, the most intellectually capable person in the family. And what has that intelligence gotten her? Isolation, mockery, dismissal, an entire life in which she is the smartest person in the room, and the room consistently responds by making sure she understands how little that matters. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. Lisa challenges authority and gets punished. Lisa tries to improve the world around her and gets worn down by the weight of a community that does not want to be improved, that has, in fact, made a kind of unconscious social compact around the idea of not changing, not growing, not confronting the things that would need to be confronted if someone of Lisa's intelligence were actually allowed to ask her questions out loud. Lisa's intelligence is her greatest gift and her greatest curse. And the reason it is a curse is that she wears it visibly. She announces herself. She puts her intelligence on the outside of her, where everyone can see it and respond to it and push back against it. Maggie watched this. Maggie has been watching this for her entire life. She was born into a family where the most intelligent person is consistently the most marginalized person, where thinking clearly is a liability, where asking the right questions is punished more reliably than asking no questions at all. And Maggie learned a different lesson than Lisa learned. Lisa learned to keep fighting regardless of the cost, to accept the marginalization and the dismissal as the price of integrity. That is a courageous lesson, and also in Springfield, a deeply painful one. Maggie learned the opposite lesson. Silence is armor. Invisibility is power. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. The best disguise available in Springfield is the one that everyone already believes, that you are exactly as simple as you look. Consider how this plays out in practice. Every time Maggie does something remarkable, what happens? The family does not notice. The community does not notice. Burns was shot, and the investigation focused on everyone except the baby, because who suspects the baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody monitors infants closely enough to see them organizing. Every heroic act, every display of problem-solving capability, every moment where Maggie is demonstrably the most effective person in the situation, It happens below the radar, in the margins, in the spaces where nobody's paying close enough attention. And Maggie ensures that nobody pays close attention by maintaining the most effective cover possible. She performs exactly what everyone expects a baby to perform: passivity, helplessness, the occasional adorable sound, the big eyes and the pacifier, and the general impression of a creature that is not quite a full person yet, still becoming, still not ready to be taken seriously. She is none of those things. She has never been any of those things. She is the most capable member of the Simpson family, and she has spent 36 years ensuring that nobody figures that out. Her first word was spoken in an episode that was treated as a cameo moment, a special guest appearance by a major celebrity of the time who voiced the single word Maggie spoke: Daddy, a word of pure love, chosen with characteristic Maggie precision. The most emotionally resonant word she could have spoken, the word most likely to disarm everyone in the room, the word least likely to inspire investigation or closer examination. She said it once and never said it again. Because one word in 36 years is enough to establish that she can speak. And once that has been established, the silence looks like a choice rather than an inability. And a choice to be silent in a household that never stops talking, in a town that never stops being loud, is the quietest possible form of power. Connect this to the radiation theory. If Springfield's contaminated environment creates mutations in its residents, and if those mutations affect individuals differently, then Maggie and Homer represent opposite poles of the same spectrum. Homer's mutation diminished his intelligence. The radiation, or the crayon, or the decades of environmental damage took from Homer's brain the capacity for the kind of thinking that would have allowed him to understand his own situation. Maggie's mutation went the other way. Whatever the contamination did to her, it amplified something. It pushed whatever she already had to a level that the show cannot fully measure and the family cannot fully see. Same family, same house, same water, same air, same cracked cooling towers, visible from the backyard. Homer and Maggie are two sides of the same radioactive coin. He is what happens when the mutation takes something away. She is what happens when it gives something extraordinary. And if the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius takes on a different quality entirely. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode since 1993 is the product of an unconscious mind trying to hold on to his family, then Maggie's brilliance is Homer's deepest hope for his youngest child, projected into the dream. He cannot see her grow up. He cannot watch her develop. He cannot hear her speak or see her walk or learn what kind of person she becomes. He went under when she was a baby, and in his mind, she stays a baby. But a baby he knows, somehow, will be all right. A baby who is extraordinary. A baby who does not need him to protect her because she is already, at 1 year old, more capable of navigating the world than almost anyone in Springfield. Her genius is a father's prayer, the most beautiful thing Homer's unconscious mind was capable of making. But in the waking world, if there still is a waking world, the reading is darker. Maggie does not speak because speaking has never been rewarded in this town. She does not reveal her intelligence because intelligence is something Springfield punishes. She watches everything. She remembers everything. She understands everything. And she waits. For what exactly, the show never says. Maggie's endgame is the last truly unresolved mystery of the Simpson family. She is the only character whose future remains completely open because the show has never shown us what she is actually capable of. Not fully, not yet. But we have seen glimpses. We have seen her shoot a man. We have seen her command a room full of other babies. We have seen her solve problems that stump adults. We have seen her operate with complete strategic clarity in situations that would overwhelm people 3 times her age. And the family trusts her judgment and might implicitly, even when they do not understand why they are doing so. They defer to Maggie in moments of genuine crisis without ever acknowledging that they are doing it. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She cannot walk without falling. She cannot form sentences. She communicates in sounds and stares and the occasional precisely timed blink. And she is the most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace. She has just not decided what to do about it yet. And maybe that is the most unsettling thing about her. Not what she has done, but what she is waiting to do. Behind that pacifier, behind those enormous eyes, behind 36 years of deliberate and chosen silence, something is thinking. Something is planning. Something is watching the family and the town and the world with an intelligence that no one suspects and no one can contain. When Maggie decides to act, when she finally speaks in a way that cannot be dismissed as a single word from a special guest star, Springfield will not see it coming. That is exactly how she designed it. Section 7. Mona's Ghost. 3 generations broken by one man. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story. The story Homer had been told and had grown up believing. His mother died when he was young. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, had shown him a grave. Homer had mourned in the way that children mourn, which is to say, not fully, not with the completeness that adult grief allows, but with a child's incomplete and enduring sense of something missing, something that should have been there and was not. He grew up with that absence. He built his personality around it. He became the man he became specifically because of the shape of that hole, the specific dimensions of what was not there. And in the 7th season, the show revealed that the hole had been made by a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired in November 1995 and is considered by many critics and fans to be among the finest episodes the show ever produced. Here's what happens. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working on a Saturday, which is the kind of premise that should produce 22 minutes of simple domestic comedy. But when Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records to correct the error, Homer makes a discovery that changes everything. According to municipal records, his mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. It belonged to a different person entirely. Abe had been showing his son a stranger's headstone for the entirety of Homer's life and telling him it was his mother's. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave. They have a reunion that is, in the context of everything else the show does, extraordinarily quiet and genuinely moving. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells Homer the truth. She did not die. She did not leave because she stopped loving him. She left because she had no choice. Because staying would have put him in danger. Because the man who owned the power plant, the man Homer would grow up to work for without ever knowing the connection, had looked at her face and recognized her and gone to the FBI with her name. The story begins in 1969. Mona Simpson was, before everything changed, a housewife. She was married to Abe. She had a young son. She was, by the show's description, ordinary in almost every way. Living a quiet life in Springfield while the world outside was going through one of the most turbulent periods in American history. And then something changed her. The show depicts her radicalization with the characteristic blend of comedy and genuine weight that the best Simpsons episodes achieve. She joined a group of activists, hippies the show calls them, though it also makes clear that their cause was legitimate. They had identified something in Springfield that needed to be stopped. Burns did not just own a nuclear power plant. Burns also owned a biological weapons laboratory, a facility designed to produce weaponized pathogens, a germ warfare research operation operating in Springfield, in the same town where families were raising their children and drinking the water and living their lives with no knowledge that the wealthiest man in their community was cooking up diseases down the road. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They used what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device that, when detonated inside the facility, would destroy the biological agents stored there. The bomb went off. The pathogens were eliminated. The operation was, by the measure of its intended goal, a success. But Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. That someone was Burns. She reached down to help the man whose weapon she had just destroyed, and Burns looked up and saw her face. He recognized her. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him why she was leaving. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping and walked out into the night and did not come back for 27 years. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. And he spent the next 3 decades of his life believing he was the kind of son a mother would rather disappear than raise. Believing there was something fundamentally wrong with him, some deficiency in his worth as a person that had driven her away. That belief shaped everything about him. His desperate need for approval, his terror of being abandoned, his willingness to endure humiliation and degradation, rather than risk losing the people who had chosen to stay. Homer Simpson's personality is a wound dressed in yellow skin. Now here's where the conspiracy solidifies into something architectural. Burns did not just identify Mona to the FBI. He pursued her, actively, for decades. A man who had the resources of a multi-billion-dollar empire chose to spend some portion of those resources ensuring that a woman who had destroyed one of his facilities in 1969 could never return to her family in Springfield. This is not a security precaution. This is a grudge. A billionaire's personal grudge, maintained with the patience that only comes from having a very long life and a very good memory. When Mona finally returns to Springfield in the 7th season, Burns recognizes her almost immediately. He spots her through a window and calls the authorities. The FBI appears at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the 2nd time, now knowing not just that she left, but why she left and who made her leave. He knows, and he still works for Burns. He clocks in the next morning, and the morning after that, and every morning after that. He goes to the nuclear power plant and sits in the chair in front of the safety console and does not quit, and does not confront his employer, and does not even seem in the episodes that follow to fully process the connection between the billionaire who signs his checks and the billionaire who stole his mother. This is not played as a joke. It is played as tragedy. Because Homer Simpson is not capable of making connections of this kind. His brain does not work that way. The crayon, the radiation, the decades of cognitive erosion from living in Springfield's contaminated environment, all of it has taken from Homer the capacity to see the architecture of his own suffering. He cannot connect the dots. The dots are there, they have always been there, but the facility that would allow him to connect them was damaged before he was old enough to use it. And that is the conspiracy. Burns did not just ruin Mona's life. He engineered Homer's. By driving Mona away when Homer was a child, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up emotionally incomplete, desperate for approval, incapable of challenging authority, terrified of abandonment. The perfect employee. A man who had spent his career inside a dangerous facility, performing a job he was unqualified for, without complaint, without question, without ever looking up from his donut long enough to understand that the man who employed him was the same man who made him who he was. Homer does not work at the power plant because he lacks the intelligence to find better work. Homer works at the power plant because Burns broke him as a child. And the broken version of Homer is precisely the kind of worker that Burns requires. The show confirms another layer of this later, in a revelation about a deal between Burns and Grandpa Simpson. Burns had committed some crime or transgression that Grandpa had discovered. In exchange for Grandpa's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would have a job at the plant no matter what. No matter how many mistakes he made, no matter how many times the rules said he should have been fired. 742 documented errors. And Homer remained employed because the deal protected him. Homer's job security was not a cartoon convenience. It was a contract brokered between his father and his mother's persecutor, in silence. Without Homer's knowledge, without Homer's consent, never explained to Homer because explaining it would mean explaining everything. 3 generations of Simpsons. 3 separate acts of accommodation with the same man's power. Grandpa, who made the deal rather than confront Burns. Mona, who fought back and lost everything she loved. Homer, who inherited the consequences of both and never understood why his life felt so heavy. And at the center of it, unchanged, unaccountable, watching from the top floor of the power plant with those sunken eyes and that ancient face, is Burns, who has been doing this for a very long time, who has broken more families than Homer's and will break more after, who exists so far above the consequences of his actions that the concept of accountability is theoretical for him rather than practical. Mona died in a later season. Her death scene is quiet and genuine, and one of the show's most emotionally honest moments. Homer holds her hand. He watches her go. There is no joke, no cutaway, no reset. Just a man and his mother and the weight of 27 stolen years and the knowledge of everything that was taken and everything that cannot be given back. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has been a comedy for 36 seasons. But underneath the jokes, underneath Homer's falls and Bart's schemes and the absurdity of the plots, there is a story about a family that was deliberately and systematically damaged by one man's unchecked power. Mona fought back and lost her family. Abe made peace with the enemy and buried the truth. Homer inherited the damage and never understood it. And Burns won. Burns always wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the money and the time and the resources writes the rules. And the rules say that Homer Simpson will work at that plant until the end. Because the deal was made, because the damage was done. Because the system that Burns built required exactly this kind of worker in exactly this kind of role. And Homer was broken for this purpose before he was old enough to know what purpose was. Section 8. The Springfield Prophecies. How a cartoon keeps rewriting reality. Something has been happening with The Simpsons in the future for quite a while now, and it has been discussed so many times, shared so many times, used as the premise for so many viral posts and online arguments, that it has become one of the defining cultural conversation pieces around the show. The predictions. You know the ones. The list has become famous enough that most people can recite at least a few of them. A 2000 episode depicted a future in which Donald Trump had been president of the United States 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election. A 1995 episode featured a device that looked remarkably like a modern smartwatch. A 1998 episode included a mathematical equation that appears to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which was not experimentally confirmed until 2012. A 1999 episode featured Homer proposing a theory about the shape of the universe as a donut. And years later, cosmologists found radiation patterns suggesting the universe might be torus-shaped. A 1993 episode depicted a flu outbreak originating in Asia, spreading to Springfield, and causing mass panic and buying, airing 27 years before COVID-19. A 1996 episode featured a joke about a hip-hop group accidentally booking a famous symphony orchestra due to a clerical error while under the influence. That exact collaboration happened in 2024, 28 years after the joke, when Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. In 1998, the show depicted a media corporation absorbing 20th Century Fox. Disney acquired Fox in 2019. The list goes on. It has been compiled, extended, argued over, and shared across the internet for years. Every time a new apparent prediction comes true, the cycle restarts. Hundreds of posts, thousands of shares. The same question repeated. How did they know? And the answer, the real answer, the one that the show's own creators have given publicly, is simultaneously unsatisfying and genuinely interesting. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer on the show for most of its run, addressed the phenomenon directly. His explanation was blunt and self-aware. If you throw enough darts, you are going to hit some bullseyes. That is his answer. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains multiple jokes, satirical observations, speculative references, and extrapolations about American culture, technology, and politics. When you produce that volume of content over that length of time, some of it will align with future events through sheer statistical probability. Not because of prophecy, not because of special insight, because you have generated enough material that coincidences become inevitable. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its most celebrated seasons, was even more specific. There are very few cases where the show predicted something. It is mainly coincidence because the episodes are so old that history repeats itself. Things the show depicted as jokes in the 1990s recurred in reality decades later. Not because the writers saw the future, but because history cycles through the same patterns, and the show is there to document one pass of the cycle. Fact-checking organizations have systematically examined the most popular claimed predictions and found that most of them have mundane explanations. The show did not predict Trump's presidency. The writers had been aware since the late 1980s that Trump had been publicly flirting with running for office, and they wrote a joke about the logical endpoint of celebrity politics reaching the White House. They did not predict the Disney-Fox merger. They observed that media consolidation was an accelerating trend and wrote a gag about a corporation eventually absorbing everything around it. They did not predict the smartwatch. They imagined what would happen if you made computers smaller and more personal, which was a trend already clearly visible in the 1990s technology industry. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been one of the most educated in television. Multiple writers hold graduate degrees from elite universities. Many have backgrounds in mathematics, physics, computer science, and political theory. These are people who spend their professional lives studying trends and patterns in American culture and extrapolating them to their logical conclusions. They are not guessing the future. They are reading the present more carefully than most people do, and then describing where the present is heading. And yet, some of the coincidences are specific enough that the statistical probability explanation starts to feel thin. The Trump prediction did not just forecast that a celebrity might run for president. It named Trump specifically. The episode showed him descending an escalator in a sequence that mirrors, with uncomfortable precision, the famous announcement Trump made in 2015. A different episode did not just make a general joke about trained animal acts being dangerous. It depicted a specific white tiger attacking a specific kind of performer in a way that aligns closely with a real event from 2003. These are not vague trend extrapolations. These are specific details that correspond to future events in ways that make even the skeptical pause. But here's where the real theory comes in, and it is more interesting than either the prophecy explanation or the pure coincidence explanation. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future, not through magic, through cultural saturation. The Simpsons is one of the most widely watched, most extensively quoted, and most deeply embedded pieces of American cultural output in history. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its observations about American life, its jokes about politics and technology and social behavior, have entered the cultural bloodstream so thoroughly that they have become part of how Americans understand their own country. When the show made a joke about Trump becoming president in 2000, that joke was seen by tens of millions of people. It circulated. It was referenced. It became part of the cultural conversation about Trump, about celebrity, about the direction of American politics. The joke did not predict the Trump presidency. The joke made the Trump presidency feel familiar before it happened. It primed the cultural imagination. It made the idea of a President Trump feel less like a shocking impossibility and more like an inevitable punchline that was already in the system, waiting to arrive. And when the punchline arrived, when the reality matched the joke, the cultural response was not shock, but recognition. We have seen this before. The Simpsons already did this. The show's satire does not forecast future events. It normalizes future events. It takes trends that are already in motion and presents them as accomplished facts. And when those facts eventually materialize, the audience experiences a sense of déjà vu that feels like prophecy, but is actually the result of having been culturally prepared for the outcome years in advance. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and we stared into it for so long that we started to resemble what we saw. The nuclear power plant, the corrupt billionaire, the incompetent government. The population too distracted to notice how badly they are being exploited. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset. The collective forgetting that allows the same mistakes to repeat with no consequence. Springfield is not a prediction of where America was heading. Springfield is a diagnosis of where America already was. The show just wrote it down first. And there is one final piece of this that deserves attention. The Simpsons has also made jokes that have not come true. Thousands of them. Jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies and medical technology and political outcomes that went the other way. Jokes about cultural shifts that never materialized. Nobody screen caps those. Nobody shares the failed predictions on social media. Nobody builds a theory around the times when the show's extrapolations did not match reality. Confirmation bias only runs in one direction. We remember the hits and forget the misses. And when you produce 800 episodes containing thousands of satirical observations, and then filter those observations through the most powerful confirmation bias engine ever built, which is the internet and human memory, you end up with a highlight reel that looks like prophecy, but is actually just the portion of a very large archive that happened to align with what followed. The predictions are not supernatural. They are the natural result of a brilliantly written show running for an impossibly long time, staffed by highly educated observers of American culture, producing more content than any other show in television history, and having that content filtered by the most selective form of memory that exists, which is the kind of memory that only keeps what it can use. The Simpsons wrote so many possible futures that some of them were bound to happen. And the ones that happened are the only ones anyone remembers. But here is what remains true even after you understand all of that. Even knowing how the trick works, even understanding the statistics and the confirmation bias and the cultural saturation mechanism, there is still something that makes you pause when the next clip from 1997 aligns perfectly with a headline from today. Because 800 episodes in 36 years is a very long time to be watching the same show. And the show has been watching us back the whole time. And whatever it has been learning about us, whatever pattern it has been quietly mapping in the way we live and work and vote and consume and ignore and forget, it has been writing down. Episode by episode, joke by joke, prediction by coincidence, by cultural echo, by whatever you want to call it. It has been keeping notes on America. And the notes, more often than we are entirely comfortable with, turn out to be accurate. Section 9. The Principal Who Never Was. Springfield's Architecture of Denial. There is an episode of The Simpsons that fans have been arguing about for 28 years. Not arguing in the way that fans argue about which season was the best, or which episode is the most quotable, or whether a particular storyline was in character. Arguing in the way that people argue when they feel they have been betrayed. When they feel that something they trusted has been broken and then been told that the breaking was intentional and that they should accept it. The episode aired in September 1997. Season 9, Episode 2. The Principal and the Pauper. It is consistently ranked among the worst episodes in the series. It has been called the moment when The Simpsons stopped caring about its own continuity. Harry Shearer, who voices Principal Skinner among many other characters, publicly stated his deep unhappiness with the story. Critics at the time and in the years since have used it as a marker, a before and after point, the episode where something broke. But here's what I want you to consider tonight, in the quiet and the dark and the warmth of wherever you are listening from. What if those fans have been reading the betrayal backwards? What if this episode did not break The Simpsons? What if it was the most honest episode The Simpsons ever made? And the reason it produced such hostility was precisely because of that honesty. Here's what happens in the episode. Springfield Elementary is holding a celebration honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the ceremony, a stranger walks in. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who is believed to have died as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia. He survived. He escaped. He came home. And he came home to find someone else living his life. The man Springfield has known for 20 years as Principal Skinner is revealed to be an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a petty criminal, a street punk, a kid from the wrong background with no prospects and no identity worth keeping. He was drafted. He served in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian felt responsible. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news to Skinner's mother, Agnes. But Agnes, when she opened the door, assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, who had never had a home or a family or a self worth protecting, went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the life, the mother, and he held on to the stolen identity for 20 years until the real Skinner walked through the door and the truth came out. Now here is what Springfield does with this information. The town holds a meeting. Both men are present. The truth is fully exposed. Everyone knows. And the meeting is not about how to restore the real Skinner's identity or what justice should look like for Tamzarian. The meeting is about whether to acknowledge the truth at all. And the verdict is unanimous. They vote to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree that the imposter is the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the real one, the man who survived a prisoner of war camp and came home to find his life had been stolen, is physically removed from Springfield, tied to a railroad car and expelled from the community. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever mention what happened, under penalty of punishment. Let that sit for a moment. A community collectively decided that a comfortable lie was more valuable than the truth. They had proof. They had the real person standing in front of them. They had the documentation. They had everything they would need to correct the record and restore the truth. And they chose the lie. They sentenced the truth to exile and made remembering it a crime. Fans were furious. The criticism was immediate and intense. The episode was seen as a betrayal of 20 years of character building for Skinner. A revelation that made everything the audience knew about him fraudulent. His military service, his relationship with his mother, his dynamic with Bart, his entire identity. All of it suddenly a fiction built on a stolen name. But that response, however understandable, is missing the thing the episode is actually doing. The episode is showing you Springfield's operating system. This is how Springfield has always worked. This is the mechanism behind every reset, every forgotten catastrophe, every moment where something world-changing happened between Thursday and Sunday, and by Monday everyone in town has moved on as if it never occurred. The Principal and the Pauper is the one episode that showed you the mechanism in operation. It showed you the meeting, it showed you the vote, it showed you the legal decree criminalizing the truth. Every other time Springfield forgets something, the forgetting happens off-screen, in the transition between episodes, in the white space between one story and the next. This episode put you in the room while it was happening. Consider how many times Springfield has experienced events that should have permanently altered its reality. The town has been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times. It has been invaded. It has been sealed under a dome by order of the federal government. It has survived nuclear near misses, environmental catastrophes, the literal blocking of the sun. And every single time, by the following episode, everything is back to normal. The dome is gone. The destruction has been repaired. The catastrophe has been absorbed. Nobody references what happened. The slate is clean. This is usually explained as episodic storytelling, as the convention of a show that does not carry consequences from one week to the next. The coma theory explains it as a dreaming brain cycling between episodes. The radiation theory explains it as a cognitive damage preventing the population from maintaining memory of recent events. All of these explanations work, but the Principal and the Pauper offers a fourth explanation, and it is the most disturbing of all. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset. Collectively, deliberately, through an unspoken social contract that says, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. We will treat the lie as the truth, and the truth as criminal, and anyone who breaks this contract will be removed from the community. That is not a cartoon trope. That is how real communities work. Small towns in particular have a capacity for collective denial that is genuinely unsettling when you look at it directly. Scandals get buried. Crimes get minimized. Uncomfortable realities get covered over with a consensus narrative until the official version is the only version anyone will admit to knowing. People who insist on the truth, who keep bringing the inconvenient facts back into the conversation, get treated as troublemakers. They get excluded. In extreme cases, they get expelled. The real Seymour Skinner was tied to a train. That is Springfield's version of what communities do to the people who insist on the truth. Now, follow the chain of logic that the collective denial theory implies for everything else in Springfield. If they acknowledged what they know about the dome, they would have to acknowledge the pollution. If they acknowledged the pollution, they would have to confront the power plant. If they confronted the power plant, they would have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the economy would collapse, because the power plant is the foundation of the local economy, and Burns is the foundation of the power plant. If the economy collapsed, the town would lose its only significant employer, its only source of electricity, its only infrastructure. Springfield would die. So they do not challenge Burns. They do not confront the power plant. They do not acknowledge the pollution. They do not remember the dome. They vote collectively and perpetually to forget. And anyone who remembers too much, anyone who insists on examining the evidence, anyone who stands up at a town meeting and says, wait, something is wrong here, gets tied to a metaphorical train and sent away. Springfield does not forget because its residents are stupid, though many of them have been cognitively damaged by the contamination. Springfield forgets because remembering is dangerous. The truth is not suppressed by malice, at least not entirely. It is suppressed by survival instinct, by the collective understanding, never spoken aloud, that the stability of the community depends on everyone agreeing not to look too closely at the things that would require looking closely at. And if the coma theory is true, this episode takes on an even darker resonance. If everything since the fourth season is Homer's dream, then Homer's unconscious mind invented a scenario where an entire town votes to sustain a lie, because that is what Homer needs to believe. He needs to believe that lies can be maintained forever. He needs to believe that a stolen identity can become real through collective agreement. He needs to believe that the fake version of a life, the dream life, the life he is living in the coma rather than the one he lost, can persist indefinitely as long as nobody questions it. Because the coma is itself a kind of stolen identity, a fake life replacing a real one, a dream masquerading as reality. And as long as the town keeps voting to maintain the fiction, Homer never has to wake up and face what is outside the dream. The Principal and the Pauper is not the worst episode of The Simpsons. It is the most honest one. It is the episode that shows you the infrastructure of everything else, the machinery that makes the resets possible, the social contract that allows a town of people with yellow skin and 4 fingers and 3-eyed fish in their rivers to go about their daily lives without ever stopping to ask the obvious question. Armin Tamzarian is still Principal Skinner. Springfield is still pretending everything is fine. And the real Seymour Skinner is still out there somewhere, on that train, exiled from his own life, the last honest man in a town that made honesty a crime. Section 10, The Forgotten Characters. Springfield's hidden body count. Let us talk about a man who has died dozens of times and nobody has ever asked why he keeps coming back. Hans Moleman is, if you have been watching the show for any length of time, immediately recognizable. He is small. He is elderly in a way that exceeds normal elderly, a man so shrunken and bent that he seems to be actively returning to the earth. His vision is so poor that he navigates the world through thick glasses that reduce his eyes to tiny, uncertain points. He moves slowly and with great care as though he is aware at all times of the many things in the world that are trying to kill him. And many things in the world are trying to kill him. Successfully. Hans Moleman is, by conservative count, the most frequently killed character in the history of American animation. Not in Halloween episodes, not in explicitly non-canonical dream sequences. In regular episodes, he has been hit by cars. He has been crushed by falling objects. He has been buried alive. He has been eaten by animals. He has been struck by lightning. He has been incinerated. He has walked into traffic and disappeared under wheels. He has been caught in explosions. He has drowned, fallen, been compressed, been attacked, been demolished in ways that the show depicts with matter-of-fact casualness. As though Moleman's death is simply one of the background features of life in Springfield, like the nuclear plant or the tire fire. He dies. And then in the next episode, he is there in the background of a crowd scene, apparently fine, apparently having experienced nothing unusual. No explanation, no resurrection, no reference to what happened. He just shows up again, ready to be destroyed again, in an endless loop of death and return that the show treats as an ambient detail. The usual explanation is that it is a running gag. Moleman dies a lot. It is funny. The show has been making this joke since the character was introduced, and it sees no reason to stop making it. This is true as far as it goes. But under the theoretical frameworks we have been building, Moleman's deaths are genuinely strange. Not just comically strange. Strange in a way that demands explanation. If the radiation theory is correct, Moleman may represent the most extreme mutation case in Springfield. A man whose biology has been so thoroughly altered by nuclear exposure that his body can reconstitute itself after events that would be permanently fatal for anyone else. He does not survive his deaths the way Homer survives injuries. Homer endures damage and heals. Moleman actually dies, ceases to function in the clinical sense, and then returns. If the plant's radiation can give fish a third eye and make burns glow in the dark, it is not impossible that it could have done something to Moleman's biology that makes death a temporary rather than permanent condition. If the coma theory is correct, Moleman's deaths serve a different function. He is a background element of Homer's dream, a minor character that Homer's unconscious mind does not care enough about to maintain consistently. Homer's dream needs Springfield to feel populated, to feel like a real town with people in it. But it does not need all of those people to have consistent, coherent narratives. Moleman exists to fill crowd scenes. When Homer's dream needs him, and then discards him and then needs him again, the result is that Moleman appears to die and reappear because the dream is not tracking his story with any continuity. He is not a person in this reading. He is a prop that Homer's unconscious assembles and reassembles as needed, without any awareness that the prop should have continuity. And if the collective denial theory is correct, Moleman's deaths are simply another thing Springfield has agreed not to notice. A man dies in public, visibly, in front of witnesses, repeatedly. Nobody investigates. Nobody calls for an inquiry. Nobody asks the obvious question. The town has normalized Moleman's death cycle the way it has normalized everything else that should be alarming. Three-eyed fish, a billionaire who glows in the dark, a baby who shot a man, a principal who turned out to be a different person entirely, and a tiny old man who dies every few weeks and keeps showing up for more. Moleman himself once stated his age as 31 years old. 31. He appears to be in his 80s at minimum. If he is telling the truth, something has aged him catastrophically well before his time. Something took a man in the prime of his life and physically transformed him into a figure that suggests great age and great decay. Something that also apparently made him nearly indestructible despite his apparent frailty. The radiation theory has an answer for this. The coma theory has an answer. The collective denial theory has an answer. The only explanation that does not provide one is the explanation that says The Simpsons is just a cartoon, and Moleman is just a recurring gag, and none of this requires deeper examination. But we have spent most of tonight establishing that the cartoon explanation has never been sufficient for Springfield. Every time someone says it's just a cartoon and moves on, they leave behind a question that does not go away just because they stopped looking at it. Moleman is a question that has been left behind 100 times. And in the quiet of a Springfield episode, in the background of a crowd scene, there he is again, alive again, waiting again for whatever the show has planned for him next. There are other forgotten characters worth mentioning. Other members of Springfield's background population who carry unexplained mysteries in their designs and their histories. There's the rich Texan, whose name is never given, who appears periodically to fire pistols into the air and represent a certain variety of American excess. There is Dr. Nick, Springfield's disreputable physician, who appears to be practicing medicine without sufficient qualifications, whose patients frequently end up worse than they began, who is somehow still licensed in what may be the most telling single fact about Springfield's regulatory environment. There is Sideshow Bob, whose return to Springfield after each incarceration is so reliable that it has become a running joke, but whose consistent failure to kill Bart, despite decades of planning and numerous opportunities, suggests something stranger than mere incompetence. There are the characters who appear in one episode with a fully developed personality and a specific story and are never seen again. Characters who were introduced as if they would matter, who occupied the center of an episode's emotional reality, and who then vanish back into the population of Springfield as if they had never been anything more than background. Springfield has always been a place that generates more stories than it tells, more histories than it acknowledges, more deaths than it counts. Every crowd scene is filled with people who have their own versions of what we have been discussing tonight. Their own exposure to the radiation, their own relationship to Burns's emperor, their own participation in the social contracts that keep the town's uncomfortable truths buried. They are all there in every episode, in the background of every Moe's Tavern scene and every town meeting and every Sunday morning at the First Church of Springfield. Yellow-skinned, four-fingered, mildly irradiated, mildly amnesiac, going about their Springfield lives with the cheerful incuriosity of people who have learned, through decades of accumulated damage, that the best strategy is not to look too closely at anything. They are all carrying something. Every single one of them, every face in every crowd. We just never stop long enough to ask what. Section 11. Ned Flanders in the cage built from kindness. Next door to the Simpsons, on the other side of a fence that has become one of the most iconic props in television history, there is a man who does everything right. He wakes up early. He goes to church. He is generous to his neighbors. He is patient with their failings. He raises his children well. He maintains his property. He volunteers in his community. He is physically fit, financially responsible, morally consistent, and fundamentally decent in a way that stands out in Springfield. The way a clean window stands out in a building that has been slowly accumulating grime for 36 years. His name is Ned Flanders, and the show has been quietly destroying him this whole time. Not dramatically, not through any single catastrophic event, though those have happened too. Quietly. Through the sustained, patient accumulation of indignities, losses, and cosmic unfairnesses that the show has visited upon Ned, while his neighbor Homer, who does virtually none of the things Ned does and makes virtually all of the choices Ned avoids, drifts through life with the siren indestructibility of someone the universe has simply decided to protect. Let us count what Ned has lost. His first wife, Maud, was killed by a misfired t-shirt cannon at the Springfield Speedway. The cannon was aimed at Homer and missed because Homer ducked. Maud was killed by an object that was meant for his neighbor, because his neighbor was selfish in a specific moment that cost Maud her life, and Ned forgave Homer. He forgave him with the earnest, aching completeness of a man who has committed himself to forgiveness as a spiritual practice and will hold to that practice even when it costs him everything. His house was destroyed by a hurricane. The community, moved by Ned's dignity in the face of disaster, volunteered to rebuild it. And they rebuilt it so poorly, with such cheerful incompetence, that it collapsed immediately. Ned stood in front of the rubble of his home, which had been destroyed twice in quick succession, once by an act of God and once by the well-meaning uselessness of his neighbors, and he snapped. He screamed. He said the things he had been holding inside for years. He insulted every person who had ever wronged him, named their failures specifically, refused for one brief moment to perform the patience and grace that his personality normally required of him. And then he was institutionalized. Checked into a mental health facility where, during his treatment, the truth about Ned's niceness came out. It is not natural. Ned was a deeply disturbed child. Violent, uncontrollable, aggressive in ways that alarmed everyone around him. His parents, who were described as free-spirited and philosophically opposed to discipline, took him to a psychiatrist as a last resort. The psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression out of Ned through behavioral modification therapy. Years of intensive psychological work aimed at suppressing the part of Ned that acted out and replacing it with something more socially acceptable. It worked, perhaps too well. Ned Flanders is kind because he was programmed to be kind. His patience is not a virtue he developed through spiritual practice. It is a psychological cage built around a child who was too difficult to handle any other way. The gentleness, the good nature, the instant forgiveness, the refusal to stay angry, the way he absorbs punishment after punishment and responds with grace. All of it is the product of systematic behavioral conditioning rather than genuine character development. This changes how everything about Ned reads. His tolerance of Homer is not saintly, it is pathological. He cannot express sustained anger because his brain was wired to suppress it at the point of origin. His faith is not conviction. It is a coping framework, an external structure for a man who needs clear guidelines to prevent the thing underneath from breaking through. His forgiveness of Homer after Maud's death is not grace. It is the programmed response of a man who was conditioned as a child to never under any circumstances allow himself to feel the full weight of what he has actually lost. And the show knows this. When the conditioning fails, when the hurricane and the collapsed house push Ned past the boundary of what the programming can hold, the person who emerges is terrifying. Not violent, but desperate. The despair is bottomless, accumulated over years of performing goodness, while the universe demonstrated repeatedly and without apology that goodness does not protect you. This leads to the darkest interpretation of Ned's theology. God talks to Homer. This is canonical. It is established across multiple episodes. Homer has direct face-to-face conversations with God. God appears to Homer, speaks with him, gives him guidance, responds to his questions. The divine within the show's universe takes a personal interest in Homer Simpson specifically. God does not talk to Ned. Ned Flanders, the most devout man in Springfield, the man who has organized his entire life around his faith, who goes to church every week and prays consistently and tries in every practical decision to act in accordance with his understanding of what his faith requires. This man who has devoted more sincere attention to his relationship with God than anyone else in the show's universe has never received the kind of direct divine communication that Homer, who sleeps through church, gets routinely. God ignores Ned. God talks to the drunk who falls asleep in the pew. God talks to the man who works at a nuclear plant with hundreds of safety violations and has not read the Bible since high school. God apparently finds Homer Simpson, with his donuts and his couch and his strangling of his son, to be a more interesting conversational partner than the man who has spent his life trying to be exactly what his faith asked him to be. That is not random cruelty. That is a statement about how the show understands the relationship between goodness and reward. In Springfield, moral behavior is not rewarded. Kindness is not protected. Decency does not generate prosperity. The system does not care about virtue. It cares about something else entirely, something closer to compliance and proximity to power, and Ned's goodness, for all of its genuine quality, does not give him access to those things. Homer's relationship with God is informal, irreverent, and apparently mutually satisfying. He treats the divine the way he treats everything else in his life, as something to be negotiated with on Homer's terms, ignored when inconvenient, and called upon when needed. And God, for whatever reason, responds to this. God meets Homer where Homer is. Ned has spent his entire life trying to meet God where he imagined God wanted him to be. And God, within the show's universe, has never once shown up. The gap between Ned and Homer is one of the show's most sustained and deliberate pieces of philosophical commentary. Homer does everything wrong in a system that does not punish wrongness. Ned does everything right in a system that does not reward rightness. They live next door to each other. They have been living next door to each other for 36 years. And the gap between them, the gap between the man who tries and the man who does not, has never once closed. Because in Springfield, the gap is not there to be closed. The gap is load-bearing. The gap is part of the structure of how Springfield works. If Ned's goodness were rewarded and Homer's recklessness were punished, the show's implicit argument about the relationship between virtue and outcome would collapse. The show needs the gap to stay open. It needs Homer to keep surviving and Ned to keep absorbing damage, because that is the honest depiction of the reality the show is mapping. Springfield is not a meritocracy. It is a system. And the system, like all systems, rewards the people who fit it rather than the people who improve it. Homer fits Springfield. He was shaped to fit it, possibly by deliberate design, by the crayon and the radiation and Burns's long-range engineering of the Simpson family. He is exactly what Springfield needs in Sector 7G, and Springfield sustains him in that role with a stability that no level of incompetence or personal disaster can disturb. Ned does not fit Springfield. He is too good for it, in the specific sense that his goodness is a form of resistance to the values that Springfield actually runs on, which are compliance and denial and the comfortable maintenance of lies. His faith insists on truth. His kindness insists on seeing others clearly. His decency insists on accounting for consequences. All of these things are profoundly incompatible with the way Springfield actually operates. And so the town tolerates him, the way a body tolerates an organ that functions differently from the rest, not integrating it, but not rejecting it either, keeping it alive and at a careful distance, making sure it never gains enough influence to change anything. Ned Flanders is the saddest character in The Simpsons, not Homer, who is too damaged to fully understand his own sadness, not Lisa, who is young enough to still believe things might improve, not even Burns, who is too insulated by power to feel much of anything as loss. Ned Flanders, who does everything right and receives nothing for it, who has been programmed to absorb punishment and call it grace, who prays to a God who apparently finds his neighbor more interesting, who forgives the man who killed his wife and keeps forgiving him because his brain will not let him do anything else. That is what happens when you do everything right in a system designed for something entirely different. That is Ned Flanders, standing at the fence, being good. And on the other side of the fence, Homer Simpson, being Homer, surviving everything, understanding nothing, finding his way home every single episode. The fence between them is the most important prop in the show. It is the border between the world as it should be and the world as it is. And in Springfield, the world as it is always wins. Section 12, the floating timeline. Why nobody in Springfield can age. We have been in Springfield for a long time now. We have walked through the contaminated streets and traced the radiation theory from the cracked cooling towers to the yellow skin on every face. We have sat beside Homer in his hospital bed and listened to the coma theory, that great tragic reading of the show as a dying man's love letter to his family. We have reopened the Burns shooting and found more questions than answers. We have followed Burns through a century of manufactured survival. We have uncovered the architecture of Springfield's denial, the vote that made lying legal, the train that carried the truth away. We have sat with Maggie in the quiet and understood something about the power of choosing when to speak. We have followed Mona Simpson's trail and counted the damage it left across 3 generations. We have examined the predictions and found cultural saturation where others saw prophecy. We have looked at Ned Flanders and found something genuinely heartbreaking hiding beneath the cheerfulness. And now we arrive at the final mystery, the one that sits at the center of everything, the one that every other theory has been orbiting from the beginning. Nobody in Springfield ages. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when the show began on December 17th, 1989. He is 10 years old right now. Lisa was 8 then, she is 8 now. Maggie was 1. She is still 1. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s. They still are. Grandpa was old. He is still old in exactly the same way. Mr. Burns was ancient. He remains ancient in exactly the same degree of ancient. 36 years have passed in the real world. 0 years have passed in Springfield. This is called a floating timeline. It is the production convention that most long-running animated series use to avoid the narrative complications that would come with having their characters age in real time. The show's present is always the viewer's present. When an episode airs in 1995, the characters are living in 1995. When it airs in 2025, they are living in 2025. The year updates, the technology updates, the references update, but the characters remain exactly as they were. Their ages are frozen at the last date they were set, and nothing that happens in the world around them can move those numbers. Most people accept this without much thought. It is simply how animated shows work. You do not expect Fred Flintstone to age. You do not expect the Scooby-Doo gang to go through menopause. Cartoon characters do not age. This is a convention of the medium, and the medium has established that convention clearly enough that audiences grant it automatically. But The Simpsons has been running for so long that the floating timeline has started to generate contradictions so large and so bizarre that they have cracked the surface of the show's reality. The convention that was invisible for the first decade has become increasingly conspicuous with every year that passes. And what was easy to ignore in 1998 is harder to ignore in 2026, because 36 years of frozen time accumulates in ways that a floating timeline cannot fully account for. The most obvious problem is the backstory. When the show began, Homer and Marge's history was grounded in a specific era. They met in high school in the 1970s. Their courtship was set against the backdrop of the late 70s, complete with culturally specific music, fashion, and references. Homer's hair, Marge's prom dress, the whole romantic history was anchored to a time period that made complete sense for parents in their mid-30s in the late 1980s. But the floating timeline has a consequence that becomes increasingly difficult to manage as the years accumulate. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they did not meet in 1975. They met in approximately 2005, which means their high school experience was not the world of Watergate and leisure suits. It was the world of early social media and file sharing, and the particular flavor of American adolescence that existed in the first decade of the current century. The show has dealt with this by simply rewriting the backstory. Not once, but repeatedly. In flashback episodes from different seasons, Homer and Marge's youth has been reset to different decades. They were children of the 70s, then of the 80s, then of the 90s, then of the aughts. The timeline keeps sliding forward to stay aligned with the show's perpetual present, and their origin story gets rewritten each time to accommodate the slide. Their history is not fixed. It is a draft that keeps being revised. Their memories are unstable. Their courtship happened in a decade that changes depending on when you ask. Homer and Marge do not have a past. They have a continuously updated approximation of one, adjusted to fit whatever the current episode requires. Now apply everything we have discussed tonight to this single phenomenon. Every theory we have examined arrives at the floating timeline from a different angle. Every one of them has a different explanation for why nobody in Springfield ages. And every one of those explanations when you follow it to its conclusion, says the same thing in different words. Time does not work here. The coma theory's explanation is the one I keep coming back to, because it is simultaneously the simplest and the most emotionally resonant. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. Homer's dreaming brain cannot imagine his children at ages he never saw them reach. It cannot imagine Marge older than she was the day he went under. It can only work with what it had. At the moment the vending machine fell, and at that moment, Bart was 10, and Lisa was 8, and Maggie was a baby, and Marge was the most beautiful person Homer had ever seen. The dream keeps all of them exactly as they were, because that is the only version Homer knows. Because the brain in the hospital bed has no data about who they become later, and so it can only repeat what it already has. Every episode is Homer's brain holding the same image, the same family in the same house on the same street, and insisting that this is enough, this is everything, this is the whole world, and as long as the image holds, as long as the dream runs, he has not lost them yet. The radiation theory's explanation is more material, but arrives at the same place. The contamination from the plant has altered the biology of Springfield's residents at such a fundamental level that their cellular aging mechanisms have been disrupted. The same radiation that gave Blinky a third eye and Burns a green glow has interfered with the normal progression of time in the bodies of the people exposed to it. They are trapped in a biological loop, held at the age they were when the exposure reached a sufficient threshold, unable to progress because the thing that would allow them to progress has been chemically suppressed by decades of sustained radioactive input. The collective denial theory's explanation is sociological. Springfield has voted, implicitly and continuously, to deny the passage of time the same way it voted explicitly to deny the truth about Principal Skinner. The town has made a collective agreement to treat the current moment as permanent, to maintain the agreed-upon version of reality, in which everyone is the age they are and nobody gets older, and the children stay children and the parents stay young. And anyone who would disrupt this agreement, anyone who would point out that 36 years have passed and the children should be middle-aged by now, gets treated the way the real Seymour Skinner was treated: removed, expelled, made a criminal by the very act of insisting on the truth. Burns's immortality theory adds yet another layer. If one person in Springfield has found a technological solution to the problem of aging, a way to defeat the biological clock through resources and ingenuity and the willingness to submit to weekly radiation treatments, then the concept of aging was already negotiable in this universe before the show started. Burns proved that time could be cheated, at least for someone with sufficient money and sufficient motivation. And once that proof of concept exists, why should it be limited to Burns? Why should the contamination from his plant not have distributed some version of that biological alteration to the people of Springfield, involuntarily, through the water and the air? Burns engineered his own immortality deliberately. The town may have had a cruder version of it pressed upon them by the decades-long slow release of the same radiation that keeps their employer alive. And the prediction theory, the final layer, argues that Springfield's frozen time is not just a narrative device or a theoretical phenomenon, but a cultural reality. The Simpsons has been running for 36 years. It has been watched by a staggering percentage of the American population. It has shaped the cultural imagination so thoroughly that the characters have become fixed points in the national mythology, reference objects that we return to again and again to understand ourselves. And fixed points in a mythology do not change. They cannot change. The moment you allow them to change, you lose the thing they were anchoring. Homer has to stay Homer. Bart has to stay 10. The couch has to be the couch. The house has to be the yellow house with the green hedge and the car in the driveway. This cannot change because if it changes, the reference loses its power. The shared cultural object dissolves. The thing we use to point to American family life when we want to talk about it without having to define it from scratch every time ceases to function. Springfield is frozen in time because we need it frozen. Not Homer's brain, not Burns's radiation, not the town's social contract. We do. The audience. The people who have been watching this show for 36 years, who have grown up with it and grown old with it, while the characters stayed exactly as they were on the first night. We pressed pause in 1989, not on the show, on something else. On a particular version of American domestic life that the show made possible to hold on to. The idea of the family that survives everything, that recovers from everything, that returns to the couch every week and starts fresh, unchanged, undamaged, ready to go again. The show has imagined its characters as adultes. It has done this multiple times in flash-forward episodes that are among the most emotionally rich things the show has ever produced. Lisa at 23, engaged to be married, recognizable as herself, but grown, changed, carrying the weight of her childhood in ways that are visible and specific and true. The show can imagine them older. The show can tell those stories. It has proven this. It chooses not to. Repeatedly, deliberately, it brings the characters back from the future and returns them to the perpetual present. Because the moment it allows the future to become permanent, the moment Lisa stays 23 and Bart stops being 10, and Maggie speaks in full sentences and Homer retires from the plant, the show is something different. It is no longer the story of a family in the middle of its life. It is the story of a family that ran out of time. And America is not ready for that story. America keeps coming back to the couch. Every Sunday night, every streaming session, every time someone wants to point to something and say this is what I mean by family, this is what I mean by home, this is the thing I grew up believing in even when the real version of it was falling apart. The Simpsons are frozen because we need them frozen. Because letting them age would mean admitting that the time they represent is over. That the couch we sat on when we first watched them is gone. That we are not the people we were when we fell in love with this family. That 36 years have passed and the world has changed. And the version of home that Evergreen Terrace represents is something we can only visit now, not something we can live in. As long as Bart is 10, we can go back. As long as the house is yellow and the hedge is green, and Homer is stumbling through the front door at 5:30 with a case of beer in the sunset behind him, we can go back. We can sit down, turn on the television, and be there again. In Springfield. In the house with the family that never changes. In the town that never ages. In the show that never ends. We built the loop. We maintain it. We tune in every week to make sure the walls are still standing, and the family is still intact, and the timeline is still floating. And every time we watch, every time we laugh, every time we recognize a joke that aired before most of us were born, we tighten it a little more. We make it a little harder for the Simpsons to escape. We make sure the dream keeps running. Because if it stops, if the timeline lands, if Bart turns 11, if Lisa finally gets out of Springfield and stays out, if Maggie says her second word and her third word and keeps going until she has said everything she has been thinking for 36 years, then the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America it represents, the chaotic, resilient, endlessly optimistic version of the middle-class American family, was always temporary, was always fragile, was always one birthday away from becoming something we do not recognize. We are not ready to admit that. So we go back. Every time to Springfield, to the couch, to the family, to Homer Simpson, finding his way home at the end of every episode, because in the dream, he never left. Closing. We have spent a long time in Springfield tonight. Long enough, I hope, for the edges of the room to have softened. Long enough for your breathing to have found its own slow rhythm. Long enough for the weight of the day to have settled down into the mattress, leaving you lighter, floating a little somewhere between the show and sleep. Let me bring us back to the beginning, because every story told well arrives at its end and finds the beginning waiting there. We started with a question: where is Springfield? And we have spent several hours discovering that the answer to that question is the same as the answer to every other question we asked tonight. Springfield is everywhere. Springfield is wherever you need it to be. Springfield is the town you grew up in, or the town your parents grew up in, or the town that appears in the corner of your imagination whenever someone says the word home and means it without irony. Springfield is where Homer is always stumbling through the door, and the kids are always young, and the beer is always cold, and the show always resets by the end of the episode, clean, fresh, ready for next week. It is a contamination zone. It is a dream. It is a case that was never properly solved. It is a conspiracy spanning 3 generations. It is a town that voted for its lies and sent the truth away on a train. It is the quietest genius watching from behind a pacifier and waiting for her moment. It is an immortal billionaire sustained by the same poison that diminishes everyone else. It is a prophet that does not know it is prophesying. It is all of these things simultaneously. It has always been all of these things. The show has been telling you this since the very first episode. Not through dramatic revelation, not through careful exposition, through accumulation, through the slow, patient layering of 36 years of detail until the picture becomes something you cannot look away from. We have been watching a show that is smarter about us than we are about it. A show that has been documenting American life with a precision and a honesty and a sadness and a love that the surface layer of jokes has been quietly concealing for as long as any of us have been alive. The yellow skin is not just an art style. The 4 fingers are not just a production shortcut. The frozen time is not just a cartoon convention. These are the show's symptoms. The evidence of something real, something structural, something that goes deeper than animation or comedy or any single theory. The Simpsons is a show about a family that loves each other so much that even the universe could not make them change. Or maybe it is a show about a man who loves his family so much that he built an entire universe rather than let them go. Either way, they are there. They will always be there. The house is yellow and the hedge is green and the television is on and Homer is home. Go to sleep now. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. That is, after all, the whole point. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If you enjoyed this journey, please subscribe for more long breakdowns just like this one. Sweet dreams. 4 hours of wild Simpsons secrets. To fall asleep. To Section 1, The Town That Time Forgot. Springfield's Impossible Geography. There is a town somewhere in America. It has a nuclear power plant with twin cooling towers that dominate the skyline like 2 enormous chess pieces someone forgot to knock over. It has a gorge. It has a tire fire that has been burning for so long that nobody in town can remember when it started, only that it has always been there, the orange glow visible on the horizon on clear nights, the faint chemical smell drifting east on the wind. It has a harbor. It has a monorail that was built by a con artist and almost killed everyone and is now, somehow, still running. It has a mountain range. It has an active volcano. It has an elementary school that has been structurally failing since at least 1989. It has 2 hospitals, a prison, a church attended by people who appear to be only minimally interested in its teachings, a quickie mart that never closes, and a lemon tree that the entire community once went to war over. It borders Ohio. It also borders Nevada. It also borders Maine. It also borders Kentucky. It is near the coast. It is also in the heartland. It is near the Canadian border. It is also near Mexico. Its climate produces blizzards and heat waves and tornadoes and tropical storms, sometimes in the same week, with the kind of meteorological inconsistency that suggests either a very unusual geographic position or a complete indifference to physical possibility. It is everywhere. It is nowhere. It is the most famous fictional town in the history of American television. And after 36 years and nearly 800 episodes, nobody can tell you with any certainty where it actually sits on the map. That town is Springfield. And tonight, we're going to spend a very long time there. So get comfortable, settle in properly, pull the blanket a little higher if you need to. Let the light go soft. Let the sounds outside the window become part of the background. We are not in a hurry. This is a 4-hour visit, and we are going to move slowly, carefully, unhurriedly through everything that Springfield has been quietly hiding inside its comedy for the better part of 4 decades. We will take our time. We will follow the threads wherever they lead. We will sit in the dark of Springfield's strange and impossible streets and look at the things that have been visible this whole time, waiting for someone to stop laughing long enough to really look at them. We are going to start where every great mystery starts, with the question nobody seems to think is worth asking seriously: where is Springfield? It seems like a simple question. It sounds on the surface like the kind of question that should have a simple answer. After all, the show has been on the air since December 17th, 1989. 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes, thousands upon thousands of scenes set in this town, on these streets, in these buildings, beside this plant, with its cracked towers leaking whatever they leak into the air of a town that has been breathing that air for generations. Surely, after all of that time, after all of those episodes, somebody knows where it is. And the answer, when you really sit down and trace it, through the show's entire run, with the patience it deserves, is one of the most quietly fascinating things about the series. Because Springfield does not exist in one place. Springfield exists in all places simultaneously, and the show has been doing this deliberately, with great care and consistency for its entire run. Let us trace the geographic evidence the way a good detective would. Not looking for the answer, because we already know the answer is not available. We are mapping the contradictions because in Springfield, the contradictions are where the truth lives. In one episode, Springfield is clearly located in a northern climate. The winters are genuine. Snow falls heavily and regularly. Characters speak about the cold with the weary familiarity of people who grew up somewhere. That winter means something. School closures from snowfall are routine. The imagery of the town in those episodes has a specific quality, a gray sky American Midwest cold that places it clearly somewhere north of the Mason-Dixon line and probably well north of it. In another episode set just a few weeks later in the show's internal timeline, Springfield is experiencing a heat wave of such intensity that the streets are melting. Characters are searching for relief from a sun that has apparently been blazing for weeks. The kind of heat that only comes from long-sustained exposure to a genuinely southern or desert climate. The cold winter and the baking summer belong to completely different geographic regions of the country. The show offers no explanation for the discrepancy. It simply moves forward. In one episode, Springfield is oceanfront property. There's a lighthouse on the edge of town. There's a functioning harbor. Characters take boat trips that depart from downtown and return the same afternoon. The ocean is close enough to be a casual feature of daily life rather than a destination. In another episode, and not a particularly distant one from the first, Springfield is definitively landlocked. The surrounding landscape is farmland and low hills. The geography of the American interior, The kind of place that is hundreds of miles from any coastline in any direction. The ocean has simply disappeared. Nobody mentions it. The harbor is not referenced again. Springfield has changed its relationship to the sea between episodes and sees no reason to discuss this. Springfield has been shown to be within a comfortable driving distance of mountains tall enough to support active ski resorts. It has also been shown to be within comfortable driving distance of what appears to be a genuine desert environment, the kind of stark aridity that exists in the American Southwest. Both of these things are presented as unremarkable features of the local geography. Characters drive to the mountains. Characters drive through the desert. Nobody in Springfield finds it unusual that their town is accessible from terrain types that, in the real world, are hundreds of miles apart. Now let us look at the specific clues the show has offered, because the show has not been careless. The show has been meticulous. It has planted a series of geographic breadcrumbs that are each individually plausible and collectively impossible, and the impossibility is the point. Lisa's area code. In an episode that went to some trouble to include a realistic-looking phone number, Lisa's area code begins with 636. That is a Missouri prefix. Missouri, according to this clue, is where Springfield is. Except that in a different episode, the state abbreviation for wherever Springfield is located appears on screen and reads NT. There is no American state with the abbreviation NT. NT is a Canadian territory. NT is also a territory in Australia. NT does not correspond to any real American state, and the show knows this. This is not a lazy error. This is a deliberate misdirection, a clue that points somewhere real long enough for you to feel like you have found the answer, and then reveals itself to be pointing somewhere impossible. In another episode, a character calls the state capital. The voice on the other end, representing the governor's office, implies that the state's name begins with a vowel. This narrows the field to Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, and Utah. 11 states. And by the time you have finished feeling clever for narrowing it down to 11, another episode will have introduced geographic details that eliminate most of those 11. The show teases you. It offers you a clue and then gives you a second clue that contradicts the first. It sets up a logical path and then quietly removes the ground from under it. It has been doing this with remarkable consistency for 36 years. Not because the writers cannot keep continuity, because the show has decided that Springfield's location is too valuable as a mystery to ever be resolved. And then, in 2012, Matt Groening gave an interview to Smithsonian Magazine. In that interview, Groening said that he named the town after Springfield, Oregon. He said it directly, without hedging, without qualification. He said he chose the name because it was one of the most common city names in America, and because he grew up near Springfield, Oregon, and he thought the name had a pleasant, ordinary American quality that suited the show he wanted to make. Springfield, Oregon. The mystery, the 33-year mystery, was solved in one sentence by the man who created the whole thing. The internet celebrated for approximately 48 hours. And then the show continued airing. Episodes after that interview placed Springfield in geographic contexts completely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not adjust their approach. The contradictions kept accumulating. Groening had given the answer, and the show had simply ignored it and kept moving. This is the moment that tells you everything you need to know about what the geographic mystery is actually for. Groening told you the answer. The show refused to confirm it. The creator of the show and the show itself are in disagreement about where the show is set, and the show is winning that disagreement by simply continuing to contradict any answer that gets offered. Think about the implications of that. The mystery is maintained not by any single creative decision, but by the show's ongoing refusal to honor any of the answers that have been proposed for it. It is maintained actively, deliberately, as a policy. Someone or something involved in the production of The Simpsons has decided that Springfield must remain unfindable, and that decision has been enforced consistently across 36 years of production. A town that exists everywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. That is the surface explanation, and it is not wrong. The show has always been designed to feel universally American, to resonate with viewers regardless of where they grew up, to be set in a place that every viewer can recognize as some version of the place they came from. Springfield with a fixed location in a specific state becomes a regional show. Springfield floating between all possible locations remains a national one. But there is a deeper explanation, and it is the one that connects the geography mystery to everything else we're going to discuss tonight. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority. Think about what the Springfield nuclear power plant represents in practical terms. It is a facility with 342 documented safety violations. It has been dumping radioactive waste into the local water supply. Its cooling towers are cracked and have been repaired with materials that should disqualify them from operating. It employs a safety inspector with an IQ of 55 who sometimes causes nuclear incidents by throwing donuts into the reactor core. In the real world, a facility like this would be the subject of intense, sustained regulatory attention from state environmental agencies, from the federal EPA, from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, from the Attorney General of whatever state it was located in. It would be inspected, cited, fined, and potentially shut down. The owner would face personal liability. The violations would be documented in public records. There would be hearings. But which state is responsible for Springfield? Which EPA regional office has jurisdiction? Which attorney general has the authority to issue subpoenas? Which court system handles cases that originate in a town that appears to be in Ohio, but also Nevada, but also Maine? Nobody knows. Nobody can establish jurisdiction. And without jurisdiction, the accountability mechanisms that would normally apply cannot function. You cannot prosecute a nuclear plant if you cannot establish which legal system has authority over it. You cannot issue an environmental citation if the location of the violation shifts between episodes. You cannot hold anyone responsible for anything if the map keeps changing. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means accountability. Landing means someone shows up with a badge and a clear legal mandate and starts asking questions about the three-eyed fish and the cracked towers and the billionaire who has been alive since the Spanish-American War, and the town that sealed under a dome because it was classified as an environmental hazard by its own government. And once you see it this way, once you understand the geographic impossibility as a legal defense rather than a narrative convenience, every episode that contradicts an earlier episode's implied location stops being a continuity error. It becomes a deliberate act. Another layer of fog added to the map. Another obstacle placed between Springfield and anyone who might want to find it and hold it responsible for what it has done to its own people. There's the matter of the Behind the Laughter episode from the 12th season, which presented the show as a mockumentary about the Simpson family's real lives. In the original broadcast, the family was identified as being from northern Kentucky. The mystery was solved again for the second time in the show's history with a specific and definitive answer. Northern Kentucky. That was where they were from. And then, in syndicated reruns, in later broadcasts, that detail was changed. The location was replaced with a different state. The episode that had given you the answer had its answer edited out and replaced with a different answer depending on which version you watched. The show literally gave you the truth and then revised it based on the platform. That is not a continuity error. That is not a production oversight. That is the show demonstrating, explicitly and without any possible ambiguity, that Springfield's location is not something it intends to allow to become permanent. The moment an answer hardens, the show dissolves it. The truth is offered and then taken back, quietly, in the space between the original broadcast and the syndicated version, as though the truth had never been said at all. This is, of course, exactly how Springfield treats all of its truths. Now apply the major theories we will spend the rest of tonight exploring, and watch how each of them approaches the geography question from a different direction and arrives at the same destination. If the radiation theory is correct, if the Springfield nuclear power plant has been leaking radioactive contamination into the environment for decades, then the geographic impossibility of Springfield is not merely metaphorical. Consider what sustained nuclear contamination does to the environment at sufficient intensity. It alters the landscape. Not just the biology of the things living on it, but the physical structure of the place itself. The cracked cooling towers, the skeletons in the basement, the 342 violations, all of this represents a facility that has been failing in ways that go well beyond the biological. A plant that has been operating in violation of federal safety standards for decades does things to the environment around it that we are only beginning to understand. And in a cartoon universe where that contamination is sufficient to give fish extra eyes, it is not unreasonable to propose that it could also distort space. Compress geography. Pull distant landscape features into impossible proximity, because the laws of nature in Springfield have been under sustained assault since the day Burns opened that plant. If the coma theory is correct, and we will spend an entire section exploring this in detail, the geography makes even more intuitive sense. Homer Simpson, lying unconscious in a hospital bed somewhere in Springfield General, his brain running a continuous dream simulation using whatever neural resources remain to it, does not have a cartographer's precise mental map of the American continent. What Homer has is emotional geography. He has impressions of places, fragments of vacations and drives and television shows and movies, layers of half-remembered landscape that the brain cannot sort properly because the sorting mechanism has been compromised. His unconscious mind assembled Springfield from all of those fragments, layering them without any reference to physical coherence, because dreams do not operate on physical coherence. Dreams operate on emotional truth. And the emotional truth of Homer Springfield is that it should feel like the whole country. Like every American place he has ever loved or feared or felt at home in, compressed into one impossible town. Springfield feels like America because it was made from Homer's memory of America, which is incomplete and scattered and beautiful and held together by longing rather than by geography. And if the collective denial theory is correct, if Springfield is a community that has made a social contract out of refusing to acknowledge what is real, then the town's refusal to exist in a specific place is the ultimate expression of that contract. Because a town with no location is a town nobody can find. A town nobody can find is a town nobody can investigate. And a town nobody can investigate is a town that never has to answer for what it has done. In the quiet episode of The Principal and the Pauper, which we will examine at length later in this journey, Springfield makes its denial explicit and institutional. It votes, literally votes, to maintain a lie rather than acknowledge the truth. It criminalizes honesty. It exiles the person who insists on the inconvenient real account of what happened. The geographic impossibility of Springfield is the same vote, applied to space rather than to a single person's identity. The town has collectively decided not to have a location. The town has voted itself off the map. And the consequences of that vote, the inability to be regulated, the impossibility of jurisdiction, The permanent ambiguity that protects Burns and the plant and the whole system from external accountability, those consequences are exactly what the vote was designed to produce. Springfield will never be located, not because the show cannot decide where it is, because the show decided long ago that Springfield is more useful as a mystery than as an answer. A town that exists everywhere belongs to everyone. A town that belongs to everyone cannot be shut down. And a town that cannot be shut down will go on doing what Springfield does, producing electricity and radiation and yellow-skinned children and three-eyed fish, and an endless succession of moments of collective forgetting forever, for as long as the grid requires it, and the people who depend on it remain too disoriented to demand anything different. That is where Springfield is. It is in the space between the answer and the question, between the map and the territory, between the thing the show tells you and the thing the evidence suggests, right there, in that gap, soft and permanent, and impossible to pin down. That is home. If you are comfortable so far, go ahead and drop a comment below right now. Tell us your time and your location. What hour is it where you are, and from what corner of the world are you visiting Springfield tonight? It genuinely makes these long nights better, knowing who else is out there in the dark. And if you have not subscribed yet, please do. It is the best way to make sure the next one finds you. Now, let us go deeper. Section 2, The Yellow Plague. How the power plant poisoned everyone. There is something wrong with the people of Springfield. Not dramatically wrong, not in a way that announces itself, not in the way that wrongness usually presents itself in movies and television, where it comes with dramatic music and expressive faces and characters who turn to the camera and explain exactly what they are afraid of. This is a quieter kind of wrong. It is the kind of wrong that hides in the accumulation of normal details, the kind you only notice after you have been sitting with something long enough for the familiar parts to stop blocking your view of the strange parts. The people of Springfield are yellow, not slightly yellow. Not yellow in the way that certain lighting conditions or dietary deficiencies can give a person a slightly unusual skin tone. A deep, saturated, unambiguous, legally distinct yellow. The yellow of school buses. The yellow of traffic lights caught at that specific angle when the sun is low and the air is clear. Every single resident of Springfield shares this exact skin tone. It does not vary by ethnicity, by age, by neighborhood, by income, by anything. The man who owns the nuclear power plant is yellow. The children playing in the schoolyard are yellow. The elderly residents at the retirement castle are yellow. The cops are yellow. The criminals are yellow. The teachers and the bartenders and the priests and the mechanics and the librarians and the crossing guards. Everyone who has ever spent their whole life in Springfield is that same impossible yellow. And in 36 seasons of continuous broadcast across nearly 800 episodes, not a single character in Springfield has ever looked at their own hands and asked why they are the color of a legal pad. Not once. Not a flicker of self-awareness. Not a single throwaway line in which someone notices the thing that is most obviously there to be noticed. This is the first thing, but it is not the only thing. Look at the hands themselves. 4 fingers. Every Springfield resident has 4 fingers on each hand. And what is interesting about this, the thing that separates it from being a pure artistic shorthand, is that the show is not entirely consistent about this detail. When characters from outside Springfield visit the show, many of them are drawn with 5 fingers. The distinction is not universal, not rigidly enforced in every single frame, but it is real. There is a visible, demonstrable difference in the show's own artwork between how it draws people who have spent their lives in Springfield and how it draws people who come from outside. The inside people have 4 fingers. The outside people sometimes have 5. The eyes. Springfield residents have eyes that protrude slightly from the skull in a way that does not occur in standard human anatomy. They are large and somewhat spherical, and they sit in a very specific relationship to the face that creates an expression of mild, permanent astonishment. A slight bulgingness that in medical literature corresponds to a condition called exophthalmos, the protrusion of the eyeball from its socket. Exophthalmos is associated in real-world medicine with several conditions, most notably thyroid disorders. Thyroid disorders are, for the purposes of tonight's conversation, one of the most thoroughly documented consequences of chronic radiation exposure. The overbites. The majority of Springfield residents have a pronounced overbite, a forward positioning of the upper jaw relative to the lower that would, in any functional dental system, be a candidate for orthodontic correction. Homer's overbite is particularly pronounced. It gives his profile a quality that, if you look at it with clinical detachment, resembles the kind of craniofacial change that chronic radiation exposure has been documented to produce in animal studies. The hair. Bart Simpson's hair maintains 9 rigid spikes without any product, through weather, through swimming, through physical activity, through everything the show has ever subjected him to. Those spikes do not move. They do not flatten when he sleeps. They do not frizz in humidity. They maintain their exact geometric precision in every possible condition, as though the hair itself has been permanently altered in its structural properties. Marge Simpson's tower of hair defies gravity at a height of several feet, maintaining its shape through what appears to be a molecular determination to remain vertical. The show does not explain this. The show treats these hairstyles as simply what hair does in Springfield, which is the most disturbing possible explanation when you think about it for more than 3 seconds. And then there is Homer. Homer Simpson is physically extraordinary in ways that go far beyond his famous density. He has been shot. He has been electrocuted and struck by lightning on multiple occasions. He has fallen from the tops of buildings, been dropped from planes, fallen down cliffs, been dragged by vehicles, been run over by cars moving at road speed. He has been mauled by animals, burned, frozen, crushed under heavy objects, and exposed to levels of physical trauma that would, in any realistic physical context, have resulted in his permanent incapacitation or death many dozens of times over. He recovers from every single one of these events with a speed and completeness that has no biological explanation. His pain tolerance is so extreme that he frequently does not register stimuli that would leave a normal person incapacitated. His structural integrity is apparently independent of whatever structural damage is currently being done to it. And his cognitive function. The show's own creator, Matt Groening, has confirmed in interviews that Homer was designed with an IQ of 55. That is not a number in the gray area. That is a number that places Homer's intellectual function in a category that would, in the real world, qualify as a clinical level of disability. A man at that cognitive level would struggle to maintain independent employment. He would have difficulty with complex social navigation. He would find the sustained attention required by most professional roles genuinely challenging. Homer has been the nuclear safety inspector at a pressurized water reactor facility for his entire adult life. Let that sit for a moment. The man responsible for preventing a nuclear catastrophe in a town of several 100,000 people has an IQ of 55 and occasionally causes minor nuclear incidents by throwing food items into the reactor core. Now let us talk about the plant itself, because the plant is the engine of everything. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, the town's wealthiest and oldest resident. And it is, by any standard of measurement that connects to reality, one of the most dangerous and irresponsibly maintained industrial facilities that fiction has ever imagined. A surprise safety inspection, conducted in the show's early seasons with the weight of a real regulatory event, found 342 violations. Not 3 violations, not 3 dozen, 342. The estimated cost to bring the plant into the minimum level of compliance with federal safety standards was $56 million. Burns is a billionaire many times over. He could write that check without noticeable impact on his fortune. He refused. He refused not because the money was unavailable. He refused because spending it would require him to acknowledge that the problems existed. And acknowledging that the problems existed would mean that someone might start asking questions about what those problems had been doing to the people who lived downwind. The violations are not administrative technicalities. They are not paperwork failures or certification lapses. They are physical, material, ongoing failures of the systems designed to prevent radioactive material from entering the environment. Radioactive waste being dumped directly into bodies of water. Radioactive waste stored in areas accessible to children. Plutonium, actual plutonium, being used as a paperweight on someone's desk. Cooling towers cracked and patched with chewing gum, not metaphorically, with an actual wad of chewing gum pressed into a crack in a structure designed to prevent the escape of radioactive steam. Rats in the facility that glow in the dark, not because someone has done anything unusual to them, but because they are ambient with the kind of contamination that makes living things luminous. And in the basement, skeletons. Human skeletal remains in the basement of a working nuclear facility. The show shows them to you and then does not follow up on them. It does not explain who those people were, how they died, or how their remains ended up in the basement of a nuclear plant. It simply presents them as one more feature of the building's infrastructure, as unremarkable and unexplained as the glow-in-the-dark rats. This is the plant where Homer works. This is the plant that has been operating in Springfield since before most of the main characters were born. This is the plant that provides electricity to every home in the show's universe, which means every time someone turns on a light, or plugs in a television, or heats a meal in Springfield, the power that runs through the wiring in their walls has passed through those cracked cooling towers, has been generated inside that reactor core, has moved through an infrastructure maintained at a level that a surprise inspection once documented as 342 violations below the legal minimum. Now here's where the theory gets specific, and I want you to follow the evidence carefully because it is actually very clear once you know where to look. The first visible mutant in Springfield appears in the second season, Blinky, the three-eyed fish. Blinky is caught in a river near the power plant by a fisherman who brings the catch to someone's attention. And from there, it escalates quickly. The three-eyed fish becomes a national news story within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as campaign evidence that Burns is contaminating the local environment. Burns is forced under enormous public pressure to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate that it is harmless. He sits down at a table in front of cameras, and the whole town watches, and Burns puts a fork into Blinky and eats it. And the town watches and shrugs and moves on. Nobody conducts a follow-up study. Nobody tests the river. Nobody runs a systematic analysis of the water supply. Nobody asks the question that should be thunderingly obvious to any person in possession of a functioning frontal lobe. If the fish have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people who drink the water the fish live in? That question has been hanging in the air over Springfield since the second season. It has been there this whole time. It is still there. And in 36 years, not one Springfield resident has reached up and taken it seriously. The answer, the real answer, begins to emerge in the 8th season in an episode called The Springfield Files. Homer, walking through the woods near Springfield late at night, encounters a figure that he initially believes to be an alien. The figure is luminous, glowing with a green light that is visible from a distance. It moves with a strange, dazed quality, wandering rather than walking purposefully. Homer is terrified. He reports the encounter. The town panics. FBI agents are called in to investigate. The entire episode builds toward the moment of revelation, toward the unveiling of what Homer actually saw. And when the reveal comes, it is extraordinary. The creature Homer encountered in the woods is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment, a regimen so extreme and so chemically intensive that it causes his entire body to emit a visible green glow. After each session, Burns wanders out of the facility in a state of drugged euphoria, moving through the woods in a way that, to the untrained eye, apparently resembles the locomotion of an extraterrestrial visitor. He literally glows in the dark. Not metaphorically, not as a figure of speech. Burns is so saturated with radiation-related compounds that his body emits visible light. And the people of Springfield see this glowing figure in the forest, this man-shaped object generating green light in the darkness. And their first instinct is not contamination. Their first instinct is not the nuclear plant that dominates their skyline. The one with the 342 violations and the radioactive waste dumped into the local river. Their first instinct is visitors from outer space. An alien. From the stars. That is the level of denial that has been achieved in Springfield. A glowing man emerging from the woods near a nuclear plant and the community's first working hypothesis is extraterrestrial life rather than industrial contamination. This is not stupidity or not just stupidity. This is the product of decades of conditioning, of a community that has been told repeatedly and explicitly that the plant is safe, that the water is fine, that Blinky was a natural variation, that there is nothing to worry about. The conditioning has been so thorough, applied for so long, that when the direct physical evidence of contamination appears walking, glowing through their own forest, the residents of Springfield look at it and see something from another world rather than the logical consequence of the world they already live in. The movie is where the contamination argument becomes impossible to dismiss, because in the movie it is made explicit by the federal government of the show's own universe. Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a point so severe that the EPA, operating as a real federal agency within the show's world, determines that the only viable response is physical containment. A massive glass dome is constructed over the entire town. Springfield is sealed. The government of the United States, looking at this community, has determined that it poses such a significant environmental risk to the rest of the country that it must be isolated from the surrounding region to prevent its contamination from spreading. The town is not merely polluted. The town is, by the judgment of the relevant federal authority, a quarantine zone. A contamination site so dangerous that the appropriate response is to prevent it from having any further contact with the outside world. And the people who have been living in that site, drinking that water, breathing that air, living under the shadow of those towers for their entire lives, they are inside the dome when it closes. All of them. Every yellow face, every four-fingered hand, every bulging eye, every person whose body has been absorbing whatever the plant has been releasing into the environment for decades. They are inside, the dome is shut, and nobody, in the initial shock of that moment, seems to fully appreciate what this means. The government just told them they were living in a contamination zone. Now look at the residents with this understanding. Look at them the way a physician would look at a patient, noting symptoms. Homer Simpson. Massive overbite. Bulging eyes. 4 fingers. An IQ that the show places at 55. a body that can survive physical traumas that would kill a healthy adult many times over, suggesting some form of biological hardening. He has worked directly adjacent to an active nuclear reactor for his entire adult life. He has been swimming in whatever the plant has been releasing into the Springfield environment since he was a child. Marge Simpson. The same bulging eyes, the same 4 fingers, hair that defies physics and gravity, maintaining a structure that no human hair naturally maintains under any conditions. Marge was briefly employed at the plant herself. She was directly exposed to the facility's environment. Her children, all 3 of them, were born after both parents had already been living in Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, born in Springfield, raised in Springfield, drinking the same water, breathing the same air, living directly under the shadow of those cooling towers every day of their lives. And every single one of them has the same constellation of physical characteristics. The spiky, structurally rigid hair, the overbites, the bulging eyes, the yellow skin. The yellow skin, most importantly, because here's the detail that makes the radiation theory click into something undeniable. When celebrities visit Springfield, when characters from the outside world appear in the show, they often look different from the residents. Not slightly different. Fundamentally different. Their proportions are more normal. Their features sit at more natural angles. Their eyes are shaped in a way that corresponds more closely to actual human eye anatomy. The show draws outsiders with more realistic proportions than it draws Springfield residents. Not in every case, not with perfect consistency, but as a visible, meaningful pattern. The standard explanation is that this is just the art style. The Simpsons characters are simplified and exaggerated because that is how animation works. And the celebrity guests are drawn slightly more realistically because the show wants you to recognize them. There is some truth to this. But within the internal logic of the show's universe, there is a visible, observable difference between how people who have spent their lives in Springfield look and how people who come from outside Springfield look. The people inside the contamination zone have a different physical profile from the people outside it, and the difference is not random. The Springfield residents look, when you catalog their features systematically, like a population that has been subjected to a chronic environmental stressor that has altered their physical development over time. They look like the thing they are. They look like a community that has been living next to a nuclear plant with 342 violations for 36 years. Burns knows this. The show makes this explicit not in any single dramatic moment, but in the accumulation of details across dozens of episodes. Burns undergoes the weekly treatments that keep him alive. He funds private medical research. He has personal physicians with specialized expertise. He has access to pharmaceutical resources that no one else in Springfield can approach. He understands radiation biology at a level that nobody else in the show's universe comes close to, because Burns is personally dependent on radiation management for his own continued survival. He is not merely aware of what radiation does to biological systems in an abstract sense. He is an expert on the subject because his life depends on that expertise. His own body is a laboratory in which radiation's effects are being continuously monitored and managed. And he knows what his plant is doing to Springfield. The show establishes this not through confession but through implication. Through the pattern of what Burns does and what he refuses to do. He refuses to spend the money to bring the plant into compliance. He employs an incompetent safety inspector, not despite that incompetence, but because of it. He monitors the town's health and cognitive function from a position of vastly superior information. He's been watching his experiment for decades. The crayon brings all of this into focus in the most specific and disturbing way. In the 12th season, an episode reveals that Homer once had the crayon removed from his brain, and without it, his IQ climbed dramatically. He became intelligent, articulate, capable of understanding the world around him in ways he had never previously managed. He could make connections. He could follow logic chains. He could look at a situation clearly for the first time in his adult life. And one of the first things he did with that clarity was understand what he was working in. He looked at the plant without the fog, and he saw what was there. He looked at Burns without the haze, and he saw who was responsible. He saw Springfield clearly for what it was. And it was unbearable. The clarity made his life worse, not better, because Springfield is a place where the truth about your situation, once understood, leads only to despair and not to any avenue of change. So he had the crayon put back in. He chose the fog. He chose the comfortable numbness of not knowing. And here's the question that the show poses and then steps carefully around. How did a crayon get lodged in a child's brain without anyone noticing? How did Homer go through his entire childhood, his adolescence, his entire adult life, visiting doctors in Springfield, receiving medical care in Springfield, and not one physician in this town across all of those years found a foreign object in his skull? There are only two possible answers. Either the entire medical establishment in Springfield is so incompetent that it cannot detect an object that a competent practitioner would identify immediately, or someone knew it was there and chose not to remove it. And if the second answer is the correct one, then the question becomes, whose interest does Homer's cognitive impairment serve? The answer is not difficult to find. Homer's cognitive impairment serves the interest of the man who employs Homer in a role that requires sustained incompetence. The man who needs the safety inspection to fail. The man who built the system that requires Springfield to keep not knowing what is happening to it. The crayon is not an accident. The medical establishment's failure to find it is not incompetence. These things are, under the radiation theory and the conspiracy that underlies it, the deliberate infrastructure of a system designed to produce exactly one outcome: a population that cannot understand what is being done to it. The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about The Simpsons, it explains all of them. The characters do not age because their mutated biology has been altered at the cellular level. The town resets after catastrophic events because the population's memory function is compromised by chronic neurological damage. Homer survives injuries that should kill him because his body has adapted to sustained radiation exposure in ways that make him nearly indestructible at the cost of his cognitive function. Burns stays alive through treatments that no normal person has access to because he has spent a century building the infrastructure required to manage his own radiation dependency. And nobody in Springfield asks any of these questions. Nobody looks up at the cooling towers and makes the connection. Nobody drinks a glass of water from the tap and thinks about the river and the fish with the three eyes. Nobody looks at their yellow hands and asks why? Because the plant already answered that question a long time ago. It answered it with contamination. With decades of slow, patient, invisible alteration of the cognitive function of an entire town. It did not need to silence the people of Springfield with threats or money. It silenced them with chemistry. With the long, quiet, accumulating damage of living downwind of 342 violations for generation after generation. Springfield is not a quirky, animated town. Springfield is a contamination zone. The residents are not eccentric. They are symptomatic. And the thing that made them symptomatic, the thing that gave them yellow skin and four fingers and bulging eyes, and the gentle incapacity for the kind of outrage that would end Burns's empire, is humming away in its cracked, gum-patched towers right now, providing electricity, producing radiation, maintaining the equilibrium, keeping the lights on and the people quiet, and the fish three-eyed, and the safety inspector eating donuts at the console. Everything is fine in Springfield. Everything has always been fine. Section 3. Homer's Sleeping Mind. The coma theory explored in full. Hold everything we have just discussed in one part of your mind for a moment. Let it rest there, fully formed. The radiation and the cracked towers on, and the contaminated water and the yellow skin of a town that does not know it is dying. Hold that and let me put something equally large in the space beside it. What if the radiation theory is correct, but only inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious since 1993? Not instead of the radiation theory, alongside it. Because what makes the Homer coma theory genuinely extraordinary as an intellectual object is that it does not contradict the radiation theory. It nests inside it. The Springfield of the radiation theory, with its cracked plant and its mutated residents and its billionaire sustained by weekly doses of controlled nuclear decay, that Springfield can exist entirely within the dreaming mind of an unconscious man lying in a hospital bed. The dream can be contaminated. The dream can be dark. The dream can have three-eyed fish and yellow skin, and a safety inspector with a crayon in his brain, and all of the other furniture of the radiation theory. And all of it can still be a dream. Both things can be true at the same time. The question is, which comes first? Which is the dream and which is the reality? And that, under the coma theory, may not be a question with an answer. Here is what happened on April 1st, 1993. The 18th episode of the show's 4th season aired. Its title was So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The episode was built around a framing device. Bart plays a series of escalating April Fool's pranks on Homer, each one more damaging than the last, culminating in a prank that involved one of Homer's beer cans and an industrial paint shaker at an auto body shop. The can, having been shaken to a level of internal pressure far beyond its design specifications, was placed back in Homer's supply. When Homer opened it, the explosion was violent enough to hospitalize him. This is all played for comedy, as these things are in Springfield, and Homer ends up in a hospital bed, battered but alive. And then, in a moment the show presents as a casual aside, Homer sees a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. He reaches for the machine. It tips, it falls, it crushes him. Homer flatlines. Homer Simpson enters a clinical coma. Not a cartoon near death. Not a gag about losing consciousness and waking up in time for the next scene. A real coma established by the episode's own logic, lasting 7 weeks. The show tracks the coma seriously. The family sits at his bedside. The weeks pass. Homer lies there silent, in a hospital bed in Springfield General, absent from his life. And then the episode ends with Homer waking up. Bart, overwhelmed with guilt, confesses that the whole thing was his fault. Homer springs back to life and immediately begins strangling his son. The family laughs. Everything returns to normal. The show tells you he woke up. But the show also tells you, in the same episode, in its final moments, that Homer sustained permanent neurological damage during the coma. 5% of his brain function is gone. Gone permanently, gone forever. And Homer's response to learning that a meaningful percentage of his brain has been permanently destroyed is to laugh uncontrollably without understanding why. He tells his family that he does not know why he is laughing. He just cannot stop. And his family finds this charming, not alarming, charming. The episode ends. The show continues. 32 more years of television follow, all of it proceeding as though that disclosure, that 5%, that the vending machine did something to Homer's brain that could not be undone, was simply a throwaway line rather than the axis on which the entire subsequent history of the series turns. Unless it is not a throwaway line. Unless the coma never ended. The Homer coma theory was formally articulated by a Reddit user in a post that achieved significant circulation, but the observation it captures is one that many viewers arrived at independently over the years. The premise, stated simply, is this: Homer did not wake up from his coma on April 1st, 1993. Every episode that has aired since that date is a dream. Every plot, every character development, every guest star, every impossible event, every reset, every adventure, every season and story arc and callback and emotional resolution. All of it is being generated inside the unconscious mind of a man lying in a hospital bed, losing brain function while his family waits beside him for his eyes to open. The evidence is substantial. It is patient and quiet and built from the specific kind of detail that accumulates over decades of close watching. Start with tone. This is the most frequently cited observation, and it is significant. Before April 1993, before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a particular kind of show. Not realistic in any strict sense, because it was always operating as a cartoon, but grounded. The stories were about recognizable human problems rendered through satire and comedy, but rooted in the kinds of situations that actual families experience. Homer trying to quit drinking and failing and trying again. Marge considering what it would mean to be something other than what her family needs her to be. Lisa falling for a substitute teacher and having her heart broken when he leaves. Bart facing the real academic and social consequences of being a difficult child. These are not fantasy stories. They are compressed, heightened, comedically exaggerated versions of things that happen in real families, told with the specific intimacy that comes from observing domestic life very closely. The emotional register of the show before the coma is one of recognition, of seeing your own family in this family, of laughing at the kind of laughter that contains a real understanding of what it is like to be in a family. After the coma episode, something shifts. The shift is not subtle and it is not gradual. It is decisive. Homer goes to space, in a narrative that begins with Homer becoming the first civilian astronaut on a NASA mission. Homer joins a secret society, the Stonecutters, who control the world from the shadows. Homer discovers his mother, who was supposed to have died when he was a child, has been alive all along and in hiding from the FBI. Homer meets God twice on 2 separate occasions and has sustained personal conversations with the divine. Homer has held, across the series, literally hundreds of different jobs, from grease salesman to food critic to astronaut to country music songwriter to Hollywood movie extra to bodyguard to mayor's aide, none of which he holds for more than a single episode. The show transforms from a domestic comedy grounded in economic anxiety and family tension to a show where the main character has met multiple presidents, traveled to dozens of countries, survived physical trauma that would end a platoon, and had experiences so varied and so extreme that the mere accumulation of them would, for any real person, represent a life of extraordinary and implausible richness. Critics and fans noticed this shift. The debate about when The Simpsons went wrong has been running for 20 years online. People point to different episodes, different seasons, different production changes as the moment the show lost its grounding. There's no consensus because everyone experiences the shift at a slightly different place, but almost everyone who has watched the series carefully agrees that there is a shift, that the show became something different from what it was, and that the difference is significant. The coma theory argues that the shift has a precise date. April 1st, 1993. The Simpsons did not change. Homer's brain got worse. And the show we have been watching since that date is not a television series that declined in quality. It is the escalating dream of a man whose brain is deteriorating, generating increasingly elaborate and unconstrained fantasies because the part of the brain that keeps dreams tethered to reality has been progressively damaged. The detail that makes this theory feel genuinely prophetic is what happened 6 months before the coma. In the first episode of the fourth season, Homer the Heretic, Homer has a direct conversation with God. A face-to-face meeting with the divine rendered in the show's characteristic blend of comedy and theological seriousness. And during this conversation, God tells Homer something specific. God says that Homer will understand the meaning of life. But not yet. God says Homer's time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline is exact. In the fourth season premiere, God told Homer that his time was approaching. 6 months after that divine communication, Homer's conscious life ended. The show presents this as a comedic theological aside in an episode about Homer skipping church. The coma theory reads it as a prophecy. God was warning Homer. God was telling Homer that his waking life was nearing its conclusion, and that everything that followed would be different from what came before. The aging problem is where the coma theory demonstrates its most elegant explanatory power. This is the question that every theory of Springfield must address, because it is the most fundamental and most undeniable strangeness of the show's universe. Nobody ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge have not aged. The show uses a floating timeline, the industry term for this convention, in which the present is always the viewer's present, and the characters remain at their original ages regardless of how much real time passes. Every theory attempts to explain this. The radiation theory proposes biological mutation. The show's defenders offer cartoon logic. But the coma theory has the simplest explanation and the most emotionally rich one. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and has not woken up. Homer's brain cannot imagine his children growing up because he was not conscious to watch them grow. The last time he saw Bart, Bart was 10. The last time he saw Lisa, she was 8. The last time he held Maggie, she was a baby small enough to hold in both hands. His brain has no material from which to construct older versions of these children. It has no footage, no experience, no memories of who they become. Because he was not there to make those memories. All it has is what it had when the vending machine fell. Bart is 10 because that is the only Bart Homer knows. Lisa is 8 because that is the only Lisa his brain can generate. Maggie is a baby because that was the last thing his hands remembered about her. His wife does not age because the Marge sitting by his hospital bed is the Marge his brain keeps dreaming. His friends do not change because his memory of them is the last frame he had before the darkness. Homer's coma dream preserves his world at the exact moment he lost it, because that is what happens when consciousness is interrupted. The mind holds the last frame it possessed and plays it forward, slightly altered, with the random variations that dreaming generates, but always returning to the same fundamental image. The same family, the same house, the same street. The celebrity appearances in later seasons fit this framework with a specificity that is hard to dismiss. Homer, lying unconscious in his hospital bed, is surrounded by ambient stimuli. The television in the corner of his hospital room plays. Nurses talk, visitors come and go. The radio plays somewhere down the hall. These sounds, these fragments of the outside world, filtered through the closed eyelids and the reduced brain activity of a man in a coma, are absorbed by the still-running machinery of Homer's unconscious mind and incorporated into the dream. Names it hears, voices it recognizes, cultural references that drift in through whatever sensory channels remain open. This is why later seasons of the show are flooded with the celebrity guest appearances in ways that the earlier seasons were not. It is not that Springfield became a destination for famous people. It is that Homer's brain, deteriorating over decades of coma, is absorbing more and more input from the ambient world and less able to generate original dream content. And so it increasingly populates Springfield with the voices and names it hears from outside. Every celebrity who visits Springfield is a name Homer heard through the fog. Every famous face is a voice that reached him through the institutional sounds of a hospital floor and got translated by a dreaming brain into a character who shows up in the town where Homer will live forever. The show addressed the coma theory in the 34th season in a way that was characteristically indirect and characteristically revealing. An episode included what was described as a deliberately leaked, fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes up from a long coma, having realized that every outlandish episode had been a dream. The writers produced this scene. They animated it fully. They distributed it as a deliberate hoax. And then they denied that it was real. They made a scene in which Homer wakes up from a coma. They showed it to the audience. And then they said it was a joke. Think about that for a moment. The writers of the show took the fan theory seriously enough to produce a full animated sequence depicting its resolution. They put the thought and the resources and the creative labor into making a version of the ending that the theory implies. And their denial of the theory came wrapped in a direct acknowledgement of it, in the production of content that takes the theory as its premise. In the clear signal that the people who make this show think about this theory and have opinions about it. The executive producer denied the theory publicly in 2015. He said, "It was not true." He said it was fan speculation. But he did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show becomes progressively more surreal and untethered from recognizable human experience as it ages, which is exactly the trajectory you would predict for a dream being generated by a slowly deteriorating brain. He said it was not true. And the theory remains unanswered, undeniable in the structure of the show itself. Because the theory does something that no official explanation has ever managed. It makes the show make sense. All of it. The frozen ages, the tonal rupture, the celebrity flood, the increasingly unconstrained plots, the reset button. The way Homer can survive anything because his body is in a hospital bed and nothing the dream does to his body can reach the actual physical body that is lying there with its heart monitor and its IV and its nurses who come in every few hours to check on the man who went into a coma from a vending machine and has not come back out. His body cannot die. It is not the body in the dream. His mind cannot end the simulation, because ending the simulation would mean either waking up or dying. And Homer's unconscious is not ready for either of those things. So the dream keeps running, and we keep watching. And here is the thing that stays with you after you have thought about the coma theory long enough for it to settle into something real. If the theory is true, the emotional core of The Simpsons is not comedy. It is grief. Homer's deepest wish is not complicated. He does not wish for fame or adventure or any of the things that the show's later seasons send him chasing. He wishes for his family. That is the whole wish. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous little boy. He wants Lisa to still be the daughter who is better than him in every measurable way and loves him anyway. He wants Maggie to be small enough to hold. He wants Friday night at the house on Evergreen Terrace to last forever. And in the coma, it does. The dream gives him everything he wants. Not adventure, not celebrity, not the extraordinary life that the show's later seasons construct. Those are just the noise that accumulates around the edges of the dream as the brain deteriorates and loses its ability to hold things still. At the center underneath all of it is the same thing it has always been. Homer's family, preserved at the moment he loved them most completely. His children never growing up, his wife never leaving. His house always exactly as it was the last time he stood in it and felt like it was home. The dream cannot give him what he most needs, which is to actually be there. To actually watch Bart grow up and Lisa move to college and Maggie say her second word. But it gives him the next best thing, which is the infinite repetition of the moment just before all of that would have happened. The moment when they were still all there. Still young. Still his. Still small enough to hold. Every episode is Homer holding that moment and not letting go. Every reset is Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, he has to find out what is real. And the real world, the world outside the dream, might not have his family in it the way he remembers them. It might have older children, and a wife who has been waiting for years, and a body that has been in a hospital bed for decades. It might have an absence where the warmth of the house was. It might have a darkness in the space where Evergreen Terrace stands in the dream. Homer does not wake up, because waking up means finding out. And the dream is too good, too warm, too full of the people he loves. So it continues. Every Sunday night, every streaming session, every time someone turns on the show and settles into the couch and lets the opening theme play. Homer keeps dreaming. His family stays young, and nobody ages. Section 4. The Burns Files. A century of manufactured immortality. There's a man in Springfield who should not be alive. I want to be precise about this. Should not be alive in the melodramatic sense of someone who has tempted fate and been let off. Should not be alive in the specific biological, empirical sense of a person who has exceeded the maximum documented lifespan of any human being who has ever lived on this planet and is still here, still conscious, still operating a multi-billion-dollar corporation, still remembering events that occurred before most of the other people in the show's universe were born. Charles Montgomery Burns should have died approximately 90 years ago. The show is deliberately inconsistent about his exact age, and this inconsistency is itself meaningful. Because the floating timeline that keeps everyone in Springfield frozen in perpetual middle age applies to Burns as well, but applies differently. While Homer and Marge remain in their mid-30s regardless of what year it is, Burns exists in a category of his own. He is simply old in a way that transcends any specific number, old in the way of things that predate memory, old the way certain buildings are old. Not old with nostalgia, but old with weight. With the accumulated pressure of time that has been on something too long. His age has been stated in various episodes, and every version places his birth somewhere in the late 19th century. He has shared personal memories of the early 20th century as lived experience rather than history. He has told stories about working relationships with figures who died before most of the cast was born. He attended Yale. He served in the Second World War in a role that the show characterizes as morally ambiguous at best. He knew Howard Hughes. He personally experienced the Gilded Age not as a period he studied, but as a time he lived through. A time whose excesses and structures and rhythms he helped to shape. The most conservative reading of the show's established canon places Burns at well over 100 years old. A less conservative reading suggests he may be approaching 140. And at this age, he does not merely subsist. He does not persist in the diminished, failing way that extreme old age typically produces in bodies that have somehow managed to outlast their biological expectations. Burns functions. He runs an operational business at executive level. He manipulates municipal politics with a sophistication that nobody else in Springfield approaches. He plans. He schemes. He executes complex operations that require sustained attention, long-term memory, and a working command of modern financial and legal structures. His body is frail in the obvious ways. His physical strength is minimal, famously so to the point where his inability to perform basic physical tasks is a recurring source of comedy. But his mind is intact and operational in ways that cannot be explained by any natural biological process that applies at his apparent age. How? The Springfield Files provides the explicit answer, and it is one of the most remarkable single revelations in the show's history, delivered in an episode that treats it as a comic aside and then moves on. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment. Not a monthly treatment, not a quarterly checkup. A treatment administered on a precise weekly schedule every 7 days, without exception. The treatment is so extreme, so loaded with chemical and radiation-based interventions, that it causes Burns' entire body to emit a visible green glow. After each treatment, Burns wanders from the facility in a state of drugged euphoria, moving through the woods near Springfield in a way that resembles, to the untrained observer, the locomotion of something inhuman. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 7 more days. Then he needs another dose. The margin for error is 0. Miss one treatment and Burns does not become ill. Burns does not deteriorate gradually. Burns dies. His biological system, which is no longer capable of self-maintenance through any natural process, simply ceases to function when the external input that has been sustaining it is withdrawn. His life is maintained the way a machine is maintained, through scheduled servicing, through the regular application of inputs that the system can no longer generate for itself. Burns is not surviving in any biological sense that applies to normal human beings. He is being kept alive artificially through a medical regimen that must be administered with the precision of a chemical process indefinitely for as long as he wishes to remain alive. And the treatment involves radiation. This is the detail that connects everything. The man who owns the nuclear power plant that has been leaking radioactive contamination into Springfield's water supply for decades, the man whose facility has been operating with 342 safety violations, the man whose cracked cooling towers have been releasing radioactive steam into the air of a community that lives in permanent proximity to his plant, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functions. Burns is not profiting from radiation in the abstract economic sense of someone who runs a business that happens to use nuclear technology. He is powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by more than a century of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer generate the biological energy it requires through normal metabolic processes. It requires external radiation input the way a normal body requires food and water. Take it away, and the system shuts down within 7 days. This explains the immune system revelation. In one of the most celebrated scenes in the entire series, Burns visits a doctor who delivers a diagnosis of extraordinary scope. Burns has every disease known to medical science. Not one disease, not several diseases. Every documented human illness, every pathogen, every malignancy, every autoimmune disorder, every systemic failure that medicine has ever cataloged, all of them present in Burns's body simultaneously. The doctor explains why Burns has not already died from this catalog of illness. The diseases exist in a state of perfect equilibrium. Each illness is competing with every other illness for dominance, and because they are all equally present, they cancel each other out. Each disease that would kill Burns is blocked by every other disease that would also kill Burns, creating a biological gridlock in which no single condition can progress past the point where it would normally become fatal. The doctor calls this Three Stooges syndrome, and the imagery is exact. 3 people all trying to fit through a doorway at once. None of them able to get through because all 3 are blocking each other simultaneously. Burns is the sickest man in America and the most functionally indestructible for the same reason. This is played for comedy, as it must be in a comedy show and it works as comedy. But under the radiation theory, the biological mechanism behind this phenomenon is not mysterious. Burns's body is not maintaining this disease equilibrium through any natural homeostatic process. The weekly radiation treatments are doing it. The treatments do not cure Burns's diseases, they hold them in stasis. They keep every illness balanced against every other illness through a chemical intervention that must be reapplied every 7 days to maintain the equilibrium. It is not medicine in any conventional therapeutic sense. It is nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is a reactor. His treatments are the adjustment of the control rods that prevent the reactor from going critical. And Smithers is the reactor operator. Waylon Smithers occupies what appears, on the surface of the show, to be the role of devoted personal assistant. He manages Burns's schedule. He anticipates his needs. He provides a level of personal loyalty that the show has depicted across 36 seasons as the defining characteristic of his personality, the thing that structures his entire existence. Smithers' devotion to Burns is the central fact of his character, and the show has explored it from many angles, comically, dramatically, poignantly, satirically. But under the framework of Burns's manufactured immortality, Smithers' devotion takes on a different character. It is not purely emotional, it is operational. Smithers is the only person in Springfield who fully understands the treatment schedule. He is the person who ensures that Burns does not miss a dose. He monitors Burns's physical condition with the vigilance of a physician watching a critically ill patient. He manages the logistics of a medical intervention that must be performed on a precise schedule without deviation indefinitely. The show establishes across multiple episodes that without Smithers, Burns would be not just unhappy, but physically helpless. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, Burns would miss a dose. The disease equilibrium would collapse. Everything that has been held in check would advance simultaneously, and Burns would die. Smithers knows this. He has known it for as long as he has been managing Burns's affairs. His devotion is real and his love is genuine, but it is also structured by the knowledge that his presence is medically necessary. He does not just love Burns, he keeps Burns alive through logistical competence. And the knowledge that his absence is equivalent to a death sentence for the person he is devoted to is the foundation on which the entire relationship rests. Smithers is not an assistant. He is a life support system wearing a suit, as deeply held as any other agreement the town has made about the things it will not look at. Time passing, people getting older, the inevitable forward motion of a life being lived. These are things Springfield has decided collectively to simply not acknowledge. And the Burns immortality theory adds its own layer. If one person in Springfield has found a technological solution to aging, has beaten the biological clock through money and radiation and weekly medical interventions, then the concept of fixed age was already negotiable in this universe before the show began. Burns proved it was possible. And if the contamination from his plant distributed some version of that biological alteration across the whole town, involuntarily through the water and the air, then perhaps the whole population of Springfield has received, without knowing it, a cruder version of the same gift Burns purchased deliberately. Burns engineered his own timelessness. Springfield had timelessness pressed upon it. All of these theories, all of these different paths, all of them arriving at the same statement. Time does not work in Springfield, not because Springfield is a cartoon, Because something about Springfield, something structural and deliberate and deeply embedded in the town's relationship with its own existence, has broken the normal flow of time for everyone who lives there. The floating timeline is not a production convenience the show adopted because animation is expensive. It is a symptom. It is the show's way of telling you that something is wrong with this place at the most fundamental level. These people are trapped. They're in a loop. They cycle through variations of the same lives without ever progressing, without ever reaching the resolution that time delivers to every living thing that is allowed to exist in time normally. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done this multiple times in episodes that are among the most emotionally resonant things it has ever produced. In the 6th season, Lisa's wedding flashes forward to show Lisa as a 23-year-old woman, engaged to be married, living in a version of the future that the show constructs with careful specificity. She has grown up. She has become the person the show has always suggested she would become. Intelligent and principled and slightly isolated, and still searching for connection in a world that does not quite know what to do with her. The episode is beautiful. It is one of the show's most genuinely moving hours. It demonstrates clearly and without any ambiguity that the show is capable of imagining its characters as adults and of finding deep and real emotion in that imagining. And then Lisa goes back to being 8. The future closes behind her. The flash forward was a single episode, a what if, a glimpse through a window that the show immediately shuts and locks. The show can imagine growth. The show refuses to allow it. And this is the final thing I want to say about the floating timeline, because it is the thing that connects everything we have discussed tonight to something much larger than a television show. The Simpsons is not just a cartoon. It has not been just a cartoon for a very long time. It is the longest-running animated series in American history. It is the longest-running scripted primetime show in the history of television. For 36 years, it has been the American family, the fictional household that more people recognize than almost any real institution. The shorthand that an entire culture reaches for when it needs to point at something and say this. This is what I mean when I say family, when I say home, when I say the middle of the country and the middle of a life. The floating timeline is not just a production choice. It is a statement about what America needs this show to be. Homer has to stay Homer. He cannot be allowed to become someone who has processed his grief about his mother, who has confronted his employer about the contamination, who has made the connections that his damaged brain has been preventing him from making. He has to stay the man who stumbles through the door at 5:30 with a case of Duff and a story about what happened at the plant. Because that man is recognizable. That man is the one we have been watching. That man is the version of American fatherhood that this show has been holding up for 36 years. And if he changes, if he grows, if he becomes someone different, then he is no longer the thing we have been using him for. Marge has to stay patient. She cannot be allowed to arrive at the conclusion that 36 years of patient endurance of Homer's disasters should logically produce. She has to stay the foundation, the one who holds it together, the one whose patience is inexhaustible and whose love is unconditional, and whose hair is still up in that tower and whose eyes are still watching over the family with the specific quality of watching that a person does when they have decided to stay. Bart has to stay rebellious. He cannot be allowed to grow up into the person that rebellion is supposed to be preparation for. He has to stay the 10-year-old who skateboards and pranks and says things that shock the adults. Because that 10-year-old is the show's version of something America has always wanted to believe about itself, which is that the rebellious spirit of its children is charming rather than threatening, creative rather than destructive, and will eventually resolve itself without anyone having to do anything uncomfortable about it. Lisa has to stay 8 and brilliant and frustrated. She cannot be allowed to leave Springfield, to get out, to become the scientist or the politician or the artist that her gifts suggest she is heading for. She has to stay in her room with her saxophone and her advanced reading material and her righteous frustration with everything around her that refuses to be better. Because Lisa, as she is, represents something that a lot of people watching the show have felt about themselves, the sense of being the smartest person in the room and the most powerless, of understanding clearly what is wrong and being unable to change it. That version of Lisa is universal. A grown-up Lisa who has escaped and found her place would be someone else's story, and Maggie has to stay silent. She cannot speak. Because once Maggie speaks, once she reveals what she has been thinking behind those enormous eyes for 36 years, the show becomes something different, something stranger, something that would require accounting for all those years of silence, all those years of watching, all that accumulated intelligence that the family never saw because she did not show it to them. The characters are frozen because we froze them, the audience. The people who have been watching the show since it began, who have grown up with it and grown old alongside it, while the people on the screen stayed exactly as they were. We have needed them to stay. We have tuned in, week after week, year after year, decade after decade, to make sure the house is still yellow, and the hedge is still green, and the family is still on the couch, and everything is still recognizable. And every time we tune in and confirm that nothing has changed, we tighten the loop. We make the frozen time a little more permanent. We make it a little more impossible for the characters to do what time would do to them if we let it. We built the loop. We maintain it. Springfield's frozen timeline is ours. It is the product of our need rather than the show's limitation. The show has demonstrated that it can let time move when it wants to. It has shown us the future, briefly, and the future is beautiful and sad and full of the particular richness that comes from watching people you care about become who they were always going to be. The show can do this. It has proven it. And then it puts the future away and goes back to the perpetual present, because we are not ready for the future. Because the future means Bart turns 11. It means Lisa gets older and eventually gets out. It means Maggie speaks her second word and her third word and keeps going. It means Homer retires from the plant. It means Marge has the empty house she has been working toward for 36 years and has to figure out what to do with the quiet. It means the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that something we have been holding on to is over. The specific version of American family life that Evergreen Terrace represents, the version that is chaotic and loud and slightly absurd and fundamentally loving and always getting back up after falling down. That version of things, it was always going to be temporary. Every version of family life is temporary. Children grow up. Houses get sold. The couch that you sat on as a kid watching the opening credits is in a landfill somewhere or someone else's basement, or it has simply become part of the general scatter of the past. The Simpsons are frozen because letting them age would mean admitting that we are older. That the world the show represents, the world of the first episode, the world we were in when we first sat down and watched Homer slide down the outside of the nuclear plant and drive home through a Springfield that felt like everywhere, that world is behind us now. It is in the past the way all good things are eventually in the past, warm and slightly impossible to fully recall, present only in the way that the strongest impressions of childhood are present, as a feeling rather than a clear image, as long as the show runs, as long as the timeline floats, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8, and Homer is stumbling through the front door in the late afternoon light of a Springfield evening that is always somehow the same afternoon. We can go back. We can sit on the metaphorical couch and watch the family through the window and remember what it felt like to believe that certain things were permanent. The show gives us that. Every episode. Every season. Every time the credits roll and the couch gag plays and the family assembles on that yellow sofa, and Everything is recognizable and nothing has changed. It is a gift. It is also a trap. And in Springfield, those two things have always been the same. Closing. The view from Evergreen Terrace. We have spent a long time in Springfield tonight. Long enough, I hope, for the room to have softened around you. Long enough for the thinking to have given way to something more like floating. That comfortable middle state between wakefulness and sleep, where thoughts are still moving but gently, without urgency, like clouds rather than traffic. Long enough for whatever was pressing on you when you started this to have receded to the background, where it can wait for morning without demanding anything from you right now. Let me bring us back slowly. We started with a question nobody takes seriously enough. Where is Springfield? And we discovered that the answer to that question is the same as the answer to every other question we ask tonight. Springfield is wherever it needs to be. It exists in the space where accountability cannot reach it, in the gap between jurisdictions, in the fog between answer and question. It is the most famous fictional town in America, precisely because it cannot be pinned down long enough to be held responsible for what it is. We followed the contamination from the cracked towers of the nuclear plant, through the water supply, through the biology of an entire community, through the yellow skin and the four fingers and the bulging eyes, and the inexplicable resilience of a man whose body has absorbed what should have been decades of fatal damage. We built the case piece by piece that what looks like cartoon exaggeration is actually a coherent picture of what happens to a community that has been living beside a leaking nuclear facility for generations without ever being allowed to understand what that means for them. We sat with Homer in his hospital bed and held the most emotionally devastating interpretation of a long-running animated comedy that I know of. That every episode since April 1993 is a love letter. That a man in a coma has been dreaming his family for 30 years. Because the dream is the only place where they are still young and still his. And the house on Evergreen Terrace is still standing and nobody has ever had to say goodbye. That what looks like a show that lost its grounding is actually a brain that lost its certainty, generating increasingly elaborate dreams because the part of the mind that keeps dreams tethered to the waking world has been slowly fading. We reopened the shooting case and found that the official verdict, which gave the whole thing to a baby and closed the file, does not hold up under examination. The sundial clue is a coincidence, according to the victim himself. The gun was already missing before the attack. The last words Burns spoke before being shot suggest he recognized someone he knew. And in the 18th season, Homer confessed to the crime in a throwaway line that nobody investigated. The case was closed. It was not solved. We spent a century with Burns, watching him sustain himself past the point where biology should have intervened, watching him maintain his empire and his treatments and his relationship with the one person whose logistical competence keeps him alive. We understood that Burns is not immortal in any magical sense. He is simply too expensive to die, and the community he owns cannot afford to let him. We found Maggie in the quiet spaces where nobody was paying attention, and we understood that the quiet is her strategy. That the silence is not absence, but presence of a different kind, the specific power of someone who has watched what happens to visible intelligence in Springfield and decided to be invisible instead. That behind 36 years of pacifier sounds and pointed stares, something extraordinary has been watching and waiting. We followed Mona Simpson's trail through 3 generations and found Burns at the end of every thread. The mother who fought back and lost her family. The grandfather who made a deal with the enemy. The son who inherited all the damage and never understood why his life felt so heavy. 3 generations broken by one man's grudge. And the man with the grudge, still there, still sustained by his weekly treatments, still watching from the top floor of the plant that poisoned the town he owns. We understood why the show's apparent predictions of the future are real and not supernatural. That the writers are intelligent observers of American life who extrapolate trends with unusual clarity. That confirmation bias amplifies the accurate predictions and discards the inaccurate ones. And that the deeper truth is not that the show predicted America, but that America became Springfield, that we stared into the mirror long enough to start resembling what we saw. We watched Springfield vote for its lies and exile its truth, and understood that this is not a failure of the community, but a mechanism of it. That the collective forgetting is not weakness, but adaptation. That the town that cannot afford to remember what has been done to it will choose to forget, not from stupidity, but from the specific survival instinct of people who know, at some level they do not examine, that the truth about their situation leads somewhere they cannot afford to go. And we sat with Ned at the fence. We understood his kindness as a cage built before he was old enough to choose. We understood his faith as the framework of a man whose brain will not let him process loss through any other channel. We understood the specific sadness of doing everything right in a system that does not reward rightness, of praying to a God who talks to the drunk next door and leaves the devout man in silence, of forgiving and forgiving and forgiving because you have no other option, and the forgiveness does not change the person you are forgiving. And we arrived at the floating timeline and understood it as the show's thesis statement and our own. That the characters are frozen because we need them frozen. That Springfield is preserved in amber not by the radiation or the coma or the collective denial, though all of those things are true, but by us. By the people who keep coming back, who keep turning on the television and sitting down on the couch and confirming that nothing has changed and everything is recognizable and the family is still there. We built the loop. We are the reason Bart is still 10. And here's the thing about all of these theories, the thing that I want to leave with you as you drift towards sleep. None of them ruin the show. The radiation theory does not make Springfield less lovable. The coma theory does not make the comedy less funny. The conspiracy around Homer's mother does not make the family's love for each other less real. The frozen timeline does not make any single episode less worth watching. What these theories do is add depth. They add the weight that comes from understanding that something has layers. From understanding that what looks simple on the surface has been assembled with extraordinary care. That 36 years of television that appears to be about a bumbling nuclear worker and his family is also a sustained, patient, meticulously detailed examination of everything that makes American life both wonderful and terrible, both funny and heartbreaking, both the thing we love most and the thing that is, in its beautiful, broken, impossible way, doing things to us that we can only see from a certain distance. The Simpsons is the longest-running animated series in American history. Nearly 800 episodes, 36 seasons, thousands of jokes and hundreds of storylines and dozens of theories, and one central family that has been standing on that couch in that living room in that impossible town for as long as most of its viewers have been alive. It is still there. Homer is still at the plant, still eating donuts at the console, still stumbling through the door at 5:30, still strangling Bart in the specific, loving, exasperated way that has become its own kind of expression of affection, still sitting beside Marge on the couch in the blue light of the television, still finding his way through another evening in Springfield without fully understanding any of it. Marge is still patient, still watching over the family with that quiet vigilance, the specific attentiveness of someone who knows that if she stops paying attention for a moment, something will fall. Bart is still 10. Still on his skateboard, still grinning, still finding the crack in every authority and sliding through it. Still the boy who would probably be all right in the end, if Springfield ever lets him get to an end. Lisa is still 8, still in her room, still playing the saxophone in the dark, still asking the questions that nobody wants to answer, still the smartest person in every room she enters and the most powerless, still waiting for the world to be worth what she knows it could be. And Maggie, still in her high chair, still watching, still silent, still behind that pacifier and those enormous eyes and 36 years of deliberate, strategic, extraordinary quiet. They are all there. In the yellow house on Evergreen Terrace, in the town that cannot be found on any map, in the show that cannot be killed by time because it has made a separate peace with time and time has agreed to wait outside. They are waiting for us. They always are. That is the whole point. Go to sleep now. Let the theories settle. Let the questions rest in the places where questions rest when you are not actively holding them. Let Springfield recede into the comfortable middle distance where it lives when you are not watching it. Let the yellow house go dark at the end of the evening, the way houses go dark when the family inside has finished the day and found their way to bed. Homer has found his way home. He always does. The kids are asleep. Marge is watching over them. Maggie is watching everything. And somewhere in the town, the plant is humming in the dark. The cooling towers are standing against the night sky. The river is running under the bridge where Blinky lives with his 3 eyes. The tire fire is glowing on the horizon. Everything in Springfield is exactly as it was. Everything in Springfield is exactly as it will be. Good night from Evergreen Terrace. Good night from Springfield, wherever Springfield is.